Welcome back to the ALGS, where we are resuming the day's competition, but here in North America instead of in EMEA. If you caught this morning's games, yes, there was a lot of excitement there, but none of those teams will be participating in this particular event as we've moved over to, as I said, NA, where we've got a whole different set of teams, and I know that a lot of you tuning in from North America will be very familiar with them. But to help cover the action, I've of course not going to do it myself. I've got two wonderful talents with me, the first of whom I'm going to introduce. You know her, you love her, you've seen her for a long time. Vicky, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you so much, Dio. Man, 3 more days of competition down to go. It's so crazy to see how time has flown by, but it's even crazier to see the development for so many of these teams to figure out what they needed to by the later half of Split 2.
And we are moving into those last couple of days here in Split 2. It is the last round robin. So, since today is Group A and B playing against each other, it's the last time that you'll see these teams until really the end of the season. And to help us break that down, perhaps bring a bit of statistical analysis to the table, welcome Jamerson.
Thank you so much, Dia. Super excited about today's games, of course, as this is the third outing between A versus B. But not only that, it's our first seeded team. Falcons in first place right now with an up-and-coming LG, who have really turned the corner, I would say, over the last 2 match days and now find themselves in second place overall. I don't know if they're in a position to try and dethrone them at the top of the leaderboards, but this is their opportunity.
In as much as we've been talking about Falcons since the beginning of the split, there always has been us looking for a team that could come up and challenge them. At the beginning of the split, it was SSG, and you've quite rightly mentioned, Jamerson, that it does look like LG are next in line, and they're next in line off of their performance this weekend. I want to take a look back at what happened yesterday to contextualize why you should be scared of LG coming into today's games. For the first half of the day, things actually seemed, honestly, pretty normal. Team Liquid managed to find a nice win at Stormpoint over by Stormcatcher, and then we ultimately moved into some native victories. Things actually looked like they were going to be pretty stable and honestly pretty even, Vicky.
Yeah, what was even crazier though, with Team Liquid, coming in second with a very strong start and finishing with 59 total points, was what you highlighted. LG with their domination that day with 2 back-to-back wins with 47 total kills for the day, finishing first with record-breaking total points of 90. So I want to see some more action like that, Dio.
All of that kicked off on World's Edge, and it is to World's Edge that we will once again return today, but as our second map. That's where LG found their first 2 victories, and though they may not have found a third, I was watching the minimap. I heard Sweet after the game's finished. We all know that they were planning for, and setting themselves up in a good position to be able to finish off with a third game. Perhaps they'll be able to do it today, and again, give us one of those bonus points. I'm really hoping for it, Jamerson. It's been a while since I saw a bonus point given out in any region, but if anybody's going to claim it, we got Falcons and LG today. Surely one of them will pick it up.
Yeah, well, also in EMEA, we got the tease a little bit early on, but if anyone's going to do it, we're looking at Falcons and LG. They have both been dominant within their groups so far in AB, or when it even comes down to BC, but also want to highlight Team Liquid Alienware, who have been really refining the hard edge zone. I feel like there is an opportunity for Alienware to convert and possibly even pick up 3 dubs on the day, but they do have 2 really tough competitors ahead of them.
And while we've got just behind them some competitors as well, SSG and Furia, doesn't look like it's going to be an easy day for Liquid Alienware, but I like where you're at because they've certainly been coming up. SSG perhaps falling down the leaderboards a little bit the past couple of days, now finally have a chance to represent themselves as Group A will finally play once again. We will take a look a little further down, however, at teams that today need to fight their way out of the middle of the pack. 11th through 20th is pretty safe from relegation, Vicky, but it ain't going to land.
Absolutely not. Yeah, you have to make sure that if you are in that top 20, okay, for sure you could at least play in that regional finals. That way you could aim for that shot to being one of the teams in NA to make it to playoffs. But Dia, what I'm actually scared of, even looking at C9 auction, and we know that these teams can absolutely perform, but looking at this next page coming up right after this, the do or die for most of these teams between Not Moist, E8, Jamerson, this is a lot on the line for squads that are on the cusp.
It's very rough, and especially when you look at E8, who did have a win on the day to find themselves in the bottom But the upside is, at the very least, you know that the potential is there for them to be able to get that plus 25 at the end of the day. And honestly, something like that can easily propel them up into the top 12 region. So everything's not gone quite yet, but you know that there are a lot of rumblings in the behind the scenes about what they can improve overall. Not Moist, and also another squad I think might find some bit of rejuvenation, especially with the addition of Timmy and the kind of highlight reel performance that he's been putting on since he's made that swap over to Not Moist.
I'm really excited to see what Not Moist look like, but I want to talk about all of the teams that'll be participating in today's games, not just the league overall, because specifically these 20 teams will have a chance to advance their standings in the overall leaderboards. The rest of what you saw is going to stay relatively stagnant, but from CCE to TSM, all of the squads listed here are the ones that will be playing and thus having the chance to improve their standing. I guess the only exception to that, Vicky, would be Falcons, because you can't improve on number one.
You know what's actually crazy? When we talk about Falcons, I actually believe you guys touched up on it on yesterday's broadcast. A team that has to go negative to make it into split 2 playoffs is insane. That is how good Team Falcons is. I mean, we saw the amount of points that they have overall compared to the rest of the pack. That's why I focused on teams like Not Moist to see, even with bringing on It's Timmy, what they could do to get out from being on that cusp. EA, like we know that they have very whiplash moments. Can they really tear themselves up and actually bring themselves to the level that we know they are capable of?
And while we're talking about teams that are on the cusp, I do want to give some love to Weave as well. They're a team that has flown under the radar for a lot of people coming out of Challenger Circuit. It's totally understandable why, but now they're in top 8 overall for what was last match day, top 13 in the league. And things really could take another step forward for them, potentially propelling this Challenger Circuit team into LAN territory. However, we do have a little while left until the games, and before we do that, we love highlighting teams that you should take a look at. We've already talked about one of them, but I want to dive more in depth. LG, Luminosity Gaming, had that huge breakout performance yesterday, and this was not a fluke, not by accident. LG's macro was perfection, and what we pointed out in yesterday's broadcast was that not only did they seem to really understand what they wanted to do at each stage of the game from a macro perspective, but that they were working together so much better than we've even seen from LG in the days leading up to it. LG and Funk specifically really stood out as being on the same page as the rest of the team and supporting on the Bloodhound, while Sykes, well, we've already seen Sykes. Sykes is a world caliber player and really has brought that to the table as well. Sweet described him yesterday as an anchor that'll watch your back in an almost paranoid way, and it's certainly kept LG safe from the majority of threats that they will face during any of these lobbies. They do still have a little ways to go should they want to claim that number 1 spot, as Jamerson mentioned earlier, but I think that a lot of people, especially after yesterday's performance, will be big believers in their ability to do so. With 2 first places and a second, that's half their games that they are landing in top 3, and things are looking very good for them. That's my team to watch for sure. Sorry to steal the obvious one from you, Vicky. Who's yours?
All right, so maybe with the whiplash moments that we were highlighting before, I have to highlight Elevate, because the last time groups A and B met, EA won the entire day over Team Falcons, winning Game 5 on Storm Point with 12 KP and getting second for Game 6 with 9 KP. But the inconsistency is what worries me with EA, where during match day 5, they may have finished second to last for that day. Zach Mazer himself tweeted that they had Game 5 and 6 in the bag, but coming short on both games. No excuses put here in this situation. Aside from that pop-off day that we know EA's potential has a very high ceiling, they didn't have a great first showing in their 3 other match days. So EA has definitely displayed that 0 to 100 whiplash of results while sitting in 22nd in the overall standings, and we know where they'll be landing, so we get to take a look at that later. But is Mazer gonna have a Mazer moment, or are we gonna see EA really come up from the ashes, because we've seen them do it before?
It's an important question. Mazer moment, Mazer magic. Who's to say which is which? Jamerson, I know that there's another team cooking, however. We've talked about E8, we've talked about LG. Who are our titans?
Yeah, I mean, we have to talk about the Falcon in the room, right? Overall, number one on the leaderboard, 92 points overall, with LG trailing behind them in second place by a 21-point margin. I mean, for LG to be able to catch up, Falcons basically have to brick in the next two match days, and you don't really see that coming. So for Team Falcons right now, it's just they've been firing on all cylinders in every regard. If we're taking a look at their stats, it's been absolutely absurd. They are literally off the charts in almost every metric that you can really conceive of for Team Falcons. And honestly, when we heard the rumblings about a super team forming, when House started vague tweeting about it, we were wondering what was going to happen. And well, this is the result of it overall. They haven't had a lower than second place finish on the match days. First, second, and then first. They are averaging 1.5 in average placements overall. Also, on a per game, they are averaging nearly 5 kills per game. And they also convert a lot of their top fives, with ending up 13 out of 24 of their games played in the top 5. This is a statistical outlier in every single regard when you're talking about Falcons, when you talk about their numbers and just their performance. It looks so stellar because you can see that they just understand each other. They just trust each other on the angles that they take. Now, I guess the only quote-unquote weakness you could talk about Falcons is that their World's Edge play is getting overshadowed by Stormpoint, but when you're talking about these numbers, 181 points there on Stormpoint for Team Falcons, compared to the measly 80 points across all the World's Edge games they've played. That's the only weakness that you can bring up about this squad, and that is saying something.
And Jamerson, I just want to make sure that I'm hearing this right. Did you say that in over 50% of the games that they place top 5, they end up winning the game?
No. They placed top 5 in 13 out of the 24 games that they've played so far. So they have over an average of 50% reaching top 5 in a game.
Okay, that is impressive. Not as scary as the other stat, though, so perhaps there is still a way that other teams can overtake them. However, to find out what's going on with Falcons, with LG, and of course with E8, you can catch all of it on FACEIT Watch, the official multi-view partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Whether you want to listen to the main broadcast, catch 4 player perspectives, as you can have up to 4 feeds, or, my personal favorite, pull up the map during the game for additional context, you can do it all on FACEIT Watch. It's been a remarkable experience, and for those of you who may not have known, in the past week, they just managed to add a VODs feature. So if you miss anything during the broadcast, you want to go back and watch it, you can head over to fce.gg/watchalgs and catch things live or in review. Those are some of the best ways to watch the ALGS, but one of my favorites, certainly, is watching Vicky and Jamerson cast it. And it's just about that time, so let's pop into match number 1.
Thank you so much, Dia. What a nice guy, Jamerson. We are out here once again with North America, and after the action that we just got to witness in EMEA, I cannot wait to see what's in store for us here, Jamerson, as we are shifting over onto Stormpoint for our first 3 games.
Yeah, honestly, this is a stacked group when you really take a look at it, right? Because it is very top heavy. You have Falcons, you have LG, who are first and second place respectively. You have SSG in 4th place right now, and NRG that are tied for 5th and 6th place overall on the leaderboard. So this is a very top heavy group in A versus B. But it's been Falcons. So they've gotten 1st place and 2nd place playing out of this group. They have been amazingly consistent. And it's kind of scary to think that a team that has been overperforming on Stormpoint, even in their own metrics, we're going to be starting off on Stormpoint today.
It's actually so crazy. And when we talk about teams that have to perform, imagine that relying on these last 3 match days coming up soon, and this being the gauntlet of a group that you really have to climb out of. I'm talking about teams like Not Boys and E8, like I mentioned earlier on. And now that you're starting here on Stormpoint, where a team like Team Falcons has the most success is going to be so scary because you have to imagine how that's going to set the pacing going forward throughout the rest of the games.
Yeah, I will say this is a difficult group to play out of if you're in the middle of the pack. If your team, like Dia mentioned, Weave, Oxygen, CCE, who are all basically right there at the bubble. 12th place right now, I believe, is a tie between Cloud9 and one other squad. So Group C have to watch on to see how their tournament chances fare. But for Weave, Oxygen, CCE, their chances of trying to get the necessary points to really break that bubble becomes so difficult in the face of the likes of Falcons, SSG, and NRG.
And with the POI drafts here too, they can try to play into those strengths knowing what's on the line. CCE picking Command Center out here, not Moist, going over to Cenote. Going to be interesting to see how they play out of another Southern POI here too. All the way looking down at NRG, landing over by Stormcatcher, not very quick on those rotates here. But going side by side on the teams that may feel way more confident taking their POI pick on Stormpoint versus World's Edge are trying to either play into what they feel like is a lackluster performance on Stormpoint, so they want to get the POI that they want, versus on World's Edge where they feel way more comfortable, where they don't need a priority POI.
I don't know. Sometimes you look at the performance of Falcons and think maybe Stormpoints is just a wash, and we let that one go, and maybe we focus on that World's Edge angle. But no, you are not afforded any kind of leniency whatsoever in this Group A versus B right now. It's going to be Falcon taking down Beast, and we've seen teams performing extremely well. We just saw it earlier today. Blacklist International getting a stellar win off of down Beast. If we get a poll like that, Falcons, we already know how good that they are in playing both styles, hard zone along with hard edge. I think playing out of down Beast will net them that kind of flexibility. But what I really want to look at is LG playing all the way on the southeast side. It's going to be a devastated coast pick out of them, and that's going to be difficult, especially if you take a look at the teams that are around them. You got E8 and such. And so the way that they navigate their rotates is going to be super important here on Stormpoint.
Yeah, I'm even looking at board who are landing over by Cliffside. We heard the legendary comments from Fury on their thoughts on this POI and the way that they were able to take advantage of a quick rotate here, considering the lackluster loot that you really have to work with. But then you sometimes bank on the beacon that could also be on your POI, as we get a nice display on where our teams are going to be landing here on Stormpoint, Jamerson.
Yeah, poor NRG. They can't catch a break. Stormcatcher, and of course they've got someone over there on Cliffside that's going to be bored coming in, and that's typically not, a drop point that we see. But we also note that a lot of teams kind of shy away from like the Trident and Barometer, that kind of challenge over there on the north and the south side, respectively. I feel like Lifts could have also been a decent pick for them, but Board might be working hard edge from that angle. We'll see. It's still going to be a difficult day, but I think NRG can manage that one.
I guess it goes hand in hand with what circles we're going to be met with, right? Because we heard it in Sweet's interview yesterday where a lot of these teams, they pick these POI drives depending on where these circles have now been reoccurring on these different maps. And sometimes that's going to be able to play into the strengths of these teams that have already preemptively predicted those inevitable circles.
Yeah, I mean, we got a very central one, I believe, over by Cascade, and in between Lift, we had the Down Beast finish along with the Cenote Cave finish on EMEA, if that's an indicator of anything.
Yeah, it's what's also, at least if that's the shakeup that we're willing to get, you know what? Maybe just give up a little bit of some skyhook circles here and there. I mean, we have a lot that we could give up once we get into World's Edge, but looking on Stormpoint side, we had a lot of southern zones before what we saw earlier today from EMEA, which I think has been interesting that now we're seeing a pretty big shift around Stormpoint to see how that's going to work into maybe some teams that weren't expecting such an extreme circle pulls. We're going to have to wait and see still at the end of the day, as it is random, but it's just crazy to see how consistent southern zones are so common when it comes to Stormpoint.
Yeah, I think that Echo HQ, if we end up getting a circle like that, is something that a team like Elevate can really play off of. I mean, that's the southern rotates that come out from a lot of the teams that are playing over there by Cenote, Barometer, and such will feed them kills. Hopefully they can play off their position well, especially we know that if you get priority there are a lot of amazing buildings to hold out for that allow you to stay active in the mid game. So it is a lot of our teams really just at the mercy of the ring at this point. But that's the name of the game here in Apex Legends.
Absolutely. And with the POI drafts too, that brings a whole completely different feel of what to expect from the teams that really try to plan out their mapping on the pathing with the Evil Harvesters here too. I honestly absolutely love the stats that you gave to us earlier, Jamerson. Why don't we actually dig into the ADP versus points achieved for Stormpoint of what we've seen thus far within our North American region between our two groups?
Oh my goodness. Now, taking a look at this, the simple fact that Cliffside is so much higher than you would expect out of anything else, but that is an outlier because what? It's only been picked a handful of times, but you're not really too surprised by Devastated Coast because what did no, that wasn't Falcons that played out of it. Where did they play? No, they've played from Coastal Cap. Never mind. Not surprised by Barometer South. Not surprised by Launchpad. I think Down Beast is something that actually catches me off guard. They're having an average points so low from that POI that, you know, does offer pretty decent rotations into the mid side, and Mill underperforming, I think, is the biggest surprise overall.
Which is great to take away if you look at Down Beast and your point there, because that is where Team Falcons are opting to land on Stormpoint today. And we know that even if they're nerfed, what they could do on a map like Stormpoint with their high success rate.
Yeah, so we're getting an update. It was Furia, but now I guess the pick rate has been doubled with Board going on over there. I know it's been picked maybe one other time across. It's hard to tell. It's hard to keep up with APAC North and APAC South, but Cliffside has gotten a little bit of love, but it is definitely very, very low. But I'm not too surprised, I would say, overall by the performances by most of these POIs overall. But I think the Mill could possibly perform a little bit better with how many teams have actually put so much emphasis on it in the past.
That's true, actually, especially with there being sometimes a server beacon or ring console that ends up spawning either on the houses to the side of Mill or directly on Mill itself. That's going to be NGNL, who had priority pick on Stormpoint. They opted to go for Mill, so we could see how they are able to actually climb their way out, because they, I recall correctly, yesterday were able to get 4th place in the overall groups that we saw LG dominating on in an insane 90-point day. So things like that to consider between Team Falcons and a team like NGNL coming out of those two POIs where we see the least amount of points.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for Down Beast, that metric is going to be pumped up just a little bit. I don't know. Something's telling me that, yeah, the stats are definitely going to be shifted in Down Beast's favor after today.
Yeah, and you know, I want to give some love. I highlighted NGNL. I want to give some love because, you know, James Fearless is a player that you and I are very familiar with back in the Series E days, and being able to see them securing that 4th place spot right behind, I believe it was Oblivion when they had finished with 48 points, being able to see the potential here for those middle pack teams. Now you can understand going into Stormpoint once again to open up our day as we made that shift now, swapping the maps in rotation and which maps we're going to be starting on first, what that does to these teams and their confidence when it comes to building up that momentum before you dive into World's Edge.
Yeah, I wonder if that's kind of like going to be the boost that Falcons need for the World's Edge, starting off really strong on Stormpoint there. Or, you know, if it's the other case around, is that the fact that they don't perform as well on World's Edge forces them to have breakout games on Stormpoint. So we'll see if that's the case, because I mean, on the other regard, we saw that with Na'Vi and EMEA, right? Again, we were wondering, hey, is Na'Vi just a Stormpoint game, or is it a necessary thing because they underperform on World's Edge? And well, it kind of played out that Na'Vi looked like they are just a Stormpoint team struggling on World's Edge.
And that goes hand in hand with the confidence of your IGL. And actually heading into this very first game, once again, thank you guys so much for your patience. Why don't we look back actually at the interview that we had with Sweet, where he gave his thoughts on Funk and his thoughts on being an IGL from yesterday's games.
It's a mix of 3 things: natural talent, willingness to learn, and ability to be coached. Now, me, as much as anyone, catches flack for coaching people and how I do it in the tough situation, but the reality of the situation is we're playing for millions of dollars, and you know, people can make money that their grandkids are going to be finding useful during ALGS and just esports in general. And finding a player like Funk, who is not only young, because the kind of diverging things that happen in esports is you find people who are extremely young, but unfortunately immature, and that affects their ability to be coached and be molded into the player the team needs them to be. Funk is one of the most mature people I've ever met at his age. Mix that with his ability to listen to constructive criticism, but also give it back to people and not just be able to sit there and be berated, but also, you know, stand up for himself and share his viewpoint in a acceptable way. And then just his raw talent. I mean, Funk is up there with literally the most mechanical players in the game. And I think as this year goes on, more and more people will come to understand that.
I love listening to Sweet just talking about his thoughts on his teammates, but also highlighting what young talent Funk is and how much room he has to grow and the way that he takes constructive criticism. Aside from that, the synergy that they've been able to build up with Sykes, and later on in that interview, highly recommend you guys check it out because it was very enlightening, especially if you like to take on an IGL role within your own Apex Legends games. But essentially highlighting how he likes to dictate the game for himself instead of letting the game dictate the IGL, which is something that he feels like is very common in competitive Apex, especially with those circle pulls that we were talking about earlier, Jamerson.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you list them amongst the greats in terms of IGLs, and they do have a very similar approach, right? You're looking at Hakas Alliance from EMEA. He has a very similar approach, and when you hear his comms, when they're holding a position, he does dictate the state of the game a lot of the times. And going to the point about maturity when it comes to being able to be coached and such, I want to give a shout out. I was actually watching some scrims last night from APAC South, so I definitely want to shout out Legends. I think they are a team that are extremely mature in the way that they approach their comms, in the way that they approach feedback for each other. I was very impressed by how Strafing Flame approached Apex Legends and communicating with his team. Sometimes we do get a little hot-headed, but you need to know when you have to take fault for what you what you did wrong and such. And Strafing Flame did a great job. So I'm excited to see where you know, when we get to the LAN stage, when we get to the international stage, all these crazy IGLs. When we're talking about Sweet, when we're talking about Alliance, Hakas, Strafing Flame, everyone coming together again. I'm so excited for LAN and what's in store for us.
And how quickly they're able to adapt with a POI drive. That's why I keep highlighting this, because it's forced these IGLs to be even more adaptive. I feel like it definitely highlights those IGLs that are basically leading the pack amongst the other groups of teams that are trying to struggle to keep up with changing things up, being comfortable rotating from each and every single POI. It's a lot to digest out here, and seeing LG's performance yesterday is going to be very interesting to see how they fare up against a team like Team Falcons going into today's match day.
Yeah, it definitely feels like LG are just really getting all their pieces together, right? I mean, it was SSG at the beginning of this split who were thinking, hey, might really be able to give Falcons a chance, but it was LG slowly waiting in the middle of the pack, well, at the top of the middle of the pack, really biding their time until everything really came together in their insane match just yesterday. It does look like, unfortunately, we might have another lobby restart, so thank you all so much for sticking with us. But again, there's still a lot to talk about. Again, I am really impressed right now with what our IGLs are showing. Like I had mentioned, Hakas yesterday did an amazing job. Sweet, we'll see if he can repeat the performance from yesterday.
Yeah, and then also all eyes on what happened yesterday with TSM. You know, we haven't actually talked about TSM at all, I believe, from the top of the show, and looking at what happened to TSM throughout the course of the entire day yesterday until they decided, you know what, better late than never. Let's show up for the final game. Not only did they get the dub, they got it with 14 KP. So can they wake up a little earlier, or was it just World's Edge that they found themselves feeling confident on because Stormpoint just was not it for this team?
Yeah, TSM have been struggling, and that's a little bit of an understatement. When they do have their highs, it's extremely high. But yesterday, I want to say that I think, you know, they managed their point coming out of Thermal pretty well for the most part. Their Skyhook game, I think game number 5, was a little bit rough, but the simple fact that they were able to come out of Thermal Station in game number 6, get that pull over the Skyhook, into Fragment East, really did save their hide. I really want to stress that importance, because there was a small chance that this ring ends up pulling over towards Overlook, No Name. We know exactly how that went for them just beforehand. The fact that the pull went over towards the Fragment side gave them a lot more time and space to work with, and they were, of course, able to utilize that space, get those KP, find every single frag basically on that southeast or southwest side of the zone, and played it extremely well.
Yeah, and I want to actually bring in Dia, because he was able to witness all those games hands-on while we were able to watch it from home, Jamerson. And Dia, as we do wait for game number 1 to start, highlighting some of those important moments from yesterday's games before we see the action play out before our eyes today.
Yeah, I want to appreciate everyone at home, by the way. I know that it is something that we all want to get into game as quickly as possible. Trust me, our players do as well. However, we want all of them to be able to play the game, not just a select few. So as everybody gets connected into the lobby, we'll have the opportunity for some games of Apex Legends to be played without picking and choosing who ends up getting connected and who does not. So while that's getting kicked off on the back end, thank you, Vicky and Jamerson, for highlighting a lot of what went down yesterday. One of the teams that, of course, we can look at, you actually teased it a bit before, is Moist. Moist's performances have taken an uptick. They're currently sitting just in the bottom 10, but barely. And we could see, with some perhaps adjustments from them, Vicky, a move up into the middle of the pack and hopefully a run for a LAN performance, even though it is starting to seem mathematically out of reach.
You know, something that Sweet talked about in his interview that could actually pertain to Not Moist right now was the inclusion of Sykes and how it takes time to get adjusted to bringing in a new teammate. And with It's Timmy now making his way into the Not Moist roster, you have to imagine that they are still building up some of that synergy. We know that Timmy is an insane fragger, especially when he's being guided by an IGL that now Waltzy has taken the reins of. We heard in his own interview that he really wasn't expecting to be an IGL so soon. It's a very new role for him to also get adjusted to, but it's a lot of new factors that have to be considered when it comes to discussing Not Moist and what that could lead to the outcome of the team for the split.
And I want to take this conversation and turn it into something else. I'm going to morph it just a bit, because while we're thinking about team synergy and the way that Moist are playing, one of the things that Moist are picking up with Timmy, and that a lot of teams are focusing on, Jamerson, is use of the Sentinel to start fights off. That's been something that has gained popularity throughout this split. The Sentinel, an extraordinarily powerful weapon, and so often we sit here on broadcast and we talk about the Havoc and what it's able to do. So many team fights have been cleaned up with that, yet so many fights are started nowadays with Sentinels.
Yeah, I feel like it went underused very early on, and then teams really did find the strength of it, especially now that we're seeing some more Watson compositions coming out. With the fact that, you know, you have more Watsons being in play means you're a bit more free with your economy when it comes to cells, and so you're not feeling as bad as popping that one cell to charge that one up. But I think the teams that are learning now how to follow up on that damage, especially when you have someone as consistent as Timmy that are landing those headshots, the landing, even the body shots is really enough to open things up, that they are learning how to actually push the tempo in that regard. A lot of teams, when they get that opening damage, sometimes they can't follow it up, but the immediacy of that Sentinel and the urgency that you have to go ahead and just pile dive on top of that is super important right now. Other teams in that regard, I think, DSG is another team that are still trying to figure that out. When is the right time? Do we follow up on every single hit? And I feel like they chase a lot more than other teams would, and that does get them into trouble sometimes.
I mean, we've seen DSG maybe adapting their composition or trying to, despite how late it is in the season, with design starting to pivot off of Wraith, at least at the end of the games yesterday, acknowledging maybe this is something we need to do, and pivoting towards things like Bangalore and Bloodhound as the core of the comp. And Bangalore Bloodhound are about to undergo a massive shift coming this Tuesday. This, of course, is the last match day of the ALGS, where we'll be playing on this patch. After this, Bangalore and Bloodhound are both undergoing massive changes. I think very few larger than Bangalore's, with the changes to the smoke launcher. This is no longer a close range tool for obscuring vision. It is now much more easy to play inside of smokes when you are both inside of one. So Bangalore launches a smoke at somebody, steps into the smoke. Well, you can see each other just fine now. And we were actually talking about this yesterday on the broadcast, Vicky, about how this really does bring smoke gameplay into a healthier place. It's used to deny vision from a certain area, but within that area, at least you can play the game.
Listen, bringing the smoke out here for real. Bloodhound, you know what? May have been butchered, but I guess you could call me a seer main now, Dia, whenever we play our games, because this is going to be absolutely crazy here to consider. Since this is the last day all these teams could play on the same patch before a big mid-season patch, what is it going to do to a lot of these other squads that have been now still trying to figure out the compositions that they want to run as a slot-in third legend into the stereotypical Bangalore Bloodhound usual comp that we've seen that is probably going to now rotate out?
You've brought up something really interesting here, and that is Seer. Because of the changes to Bloodhound, let's take a look at those and talk about why it is that we might see an uptick in Seer play. The biggest reason is this. With the Beast of the Hunt, the ultimate from Bloodhound, Bloodhound will no longer have the ability to see through smoke using an ultimate ability. That is the thing that has kept Bloodhound so incredibly powerful throughout the past couple of years, seasons, patches, is the fact that with an ultimate ability, you have a certain amount of time that you can see through smoke. And Jamerson, that is now just Seer that brings the ability to see through smoke with an ultimate as well as a tactical from the Recon class.
I don't see this as the complete death blow to Bloodhound in compositions. I think still niche picks will come out for it. Simple fact of the rework to the perks, right? I believe now you can take a perk on the purple perk where you can reduce the attack cooldown by 50% while your ultimate is active. So this brings it back to parity where we were, what, 2022 Bloodhound meta around there? So I don't think Bloodhound is completely gone, but I can definitely see the uptick in Seer gameplay after this.
And you know, Vicky, one of the things that I will say, I know that you as a controller player will certainly like to see a little bit less Bangalore, but I am going to throw out there that still fighting in smoke has been confirmed by the devs to still disable aim assist for controllers when fighting at close range. It's one of the things that has really brought MNK players into the forefront internationally, is being able to use Bangalore aggressively, especially in recent history with Reject Winity. Now that we're looking at these changes to Bangalore, some might say it pushes her out of the meta, but I'm still seeing that utility on a macro level when it comes to these inputs. It does look like our first match has started successfully. We've got the lobby undergoing. Everybody's connected. So Vicky and Jamerson, it's back to you.
Thank you so much, Dia. Gotta take a little bit of a break to make sure all of our legends here in the game are loaded in and ready to go with their teams. We do not want to leave anybody behind. So once again, everybody, thank you so much for your patience. We just have to get you guys on the edge of your seat to make sure you guys are ready for some amazing Apex Legends, because North America game number 1 is about to start.
Ooh, I have been waiting for this one for some time because, well, my last time casting NA was actually this group, A versus B, and now we get to do it once again, Vicky.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this plays out after all the action we saw yesterday, but now in a stacked lobby like this, whew, so much to look forward to, especially right before that patch that we were talking about and highlighting the big changes that are coming around the corner. Of course, taking a look at Team Falcons on their POY over by a down beast that we highlighted before, Jamerson, where we usually see some teams coming out of this POY with less points, but that may completely shift differently depending on how Team Falcons does here.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like they're going to have another standout day. I mean, the numbers don't lie whatsoever. The performance is absurd to have a 100-point margin between their performance here on Stormpoint and on World's Edge. And right now for Falcons, it does seem like, you know, they might have a little bit of priority on this next zone. We're waiting for the ring pull to actually show up here, but we do have it just on the edge of them. So this could be a bit more of a central zone. We'll find out in just a moment.
Ooh, Jamerson, you called that out. We are going over to Jurassic, where EEC have the POI priority right now. And something else to know, Empire Gaming being right there next to Pylon, they have a raid beacon and they have the information that they need to also make sure that they can hold safely on this side while also having an Evil Harvester on their pathing. Yeah,
the scary part here is that while you have EEC with priority here at Jurassic, you also have a team that's very close with fairly similar acronym, CCE, and we know how they like to play. And so they can set up very early on. They've got priority on this zone, but it is taking them a little bit of time to get out of command center there.
At least in command center, if they have an evac tower, they can even cross the distance further, putting that evac tower right there next to the gravity cannon, as we've seen before here. NRG talking about evac towers already quick on their rotate, leaving out a Stormcatcher. They have the Evil Harvester there too, so they'll be able to exit with blue Evos to their name. Board, remember we talked about Cliffside, and sometimes there could be a beacon there, as we've seen before. Sometimes there isn't, but there is an Evil Harvester to their south that they're going to be able to prioritize.
Looks like we do have a small scrap Empire moving up early on from that pylon side, have basically staked a claim on one of the buildings on the inside right now. What? The triple take coming out. And this is what I love to see. I want to see more triple take more than anything else. Of course, the Sentinel's strong, but I think triple take, especially in an energy gun meta, is so strong.
I am so glad you are a triple take aficionado here, Jamerson, because I love the triple take. I call it the triple taki sometimes because it do be feeling spicy when you land those headshots, especially if they still have a white helmet. As currently CCE landing right alongside a team before finding themselves stuck with another team in the middle, but they fully capitalize off of Lou. They get the knock, they get the finisher. They could go for a shield swap. It is CCE who are running that rampart so they can bunker down to prevent a third party from maybe rolling in.
Empire also running into NRG there. That's going to be Reptar getting finished off. The action coming quick here in North America. Complexity, though, seems like they have stabilized just a bit, getting a frag onto Trev Stacks. Now, though, they need to get Lou back into the game. What a very strange start to game number 1.
I mean, like, in the, how long has it been? Like, less than a minute? We've had already 11 teams rotate to Jurassic. Like, that is actually insane with the speed that so many of these squads have already found their space into Jurassic, calling it out after getting a ring scan within their respective POIs. And then teams like Not Moist, leaving out of Cenote, they also have a ring scan right there too, but they take their time playing on the edge. Elevate, very similar case here as they exit out of Coastal. Fluffy Aimers still in a fight themselves, and Team Falcons over to this north side, gonna be able to start rotating from the north pad spot where Fluffy Aimers were currently located next to a survey beacon.
Yeah, this is a great move coming out from Falcons. Of course, they do have this natural rotate out from down Beast. They do like to take this northern wrap a lot of the times just because it's just naturally full of loot. Now, they do have to be a little bit worried here as Native are in, Native are in the area. A lot of teams actually piling up on the north edge for some reason.
Just to see with the way that they want to approach this with Yup. Look in the distance at the choke. That's going to be where Fluffy is. I'm not too sure if Fluffy were able to get the banner of their fallen teammate that we saw earlier from Team Falcons. We do know that Team Falcons will be able to get that server beacon scan, but Yup, getting that knock coming up next. 19 squads left in this lobby, and Duplit's off to a great start. Going to be able to clean up that KP, while still they keep running away, because if it isn't Dupe on the other side from Yup in that choke, it's going to be Team Falcons. The demons that are Team Falcons chasing you down in the Beast of the Hunt.
Yeah, that's going to be the finish off onto Fluffy Aimers. We are now down to 18 squads. I do want to know one thing. I don't know what's going on down there over at Jurassic, but Complexity, almost all of their players have been thirsted multiple times, and yet they're still in this game. What is going on? Kimchi's alive here, but I believe he's riding this one out.
I don't know for how long out here with the amount of teams in this area, Jamerson. It's actually insane to see how congested it's been without the first circle even closing yet. So many teams, again, with their quick rotate, but that also goes hand in hand with what we can expect from these squads and their weapon loadouts. If you're going to find yourself in a position where you want to hold till the late game, then you can expect to see much more snipers, so that way there could be more poking pressure. They can build up those evil shields as they're denying themselves the evil harvesters, as well as any extra loot that they could try to claim. Oh, another res?
We'll see. We're at 18 out of 51. I think NRG, I don't know if they were able to get Reptar back into the game for themselves. Remember, they lost out on him on the rotate into Jurassic, and since then they've been kind of stuck inside. Complexity, there it is! It is another res! It's Lou getting brought back into the game now.
Are you kidding me? They couldn't get the banner from Monsoon, though, but it's fine. They'll play it out as a duel if they can. Look at this. He can't catch a break. The moment he lands, you see a triple take. You see what looked like to be a nemesis from a distance. It is so crazy. They finally find themselves in a little corner by the crates, but for how long? They were able to get 2 KP, but they cannot confirm the banner from Monsoon.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. So right now, our 2 duos in the lobby, it's going to be NRG and Complexity. Weave playing off the north side of Jurassic here, trying to eke out a little bit of space and also find that duo, try to pressure Complexity, but it's SSG getting some nades, I believe, into that area. They are going to be able to just move around and avoid that one for the time being. As we're taking a look at Elevate and LG currently. LG taking a lot of ring damage here, but they are just on the edge of the zone.
Is this worth it here? Is this worth it as they look onto Elevate, who are right behind them by the choke? But guess who's waiting for them on the edge of the circle? It is TSM over by Pylon, hearing the fight that's been going down while not Moist, minding their own business on top of a Trident. Maybe looking get involved. They can and scout out the situation by Pylon, or just commit to rotating here on the barometer side of that next circle. Nonetheless, though, Jamerson, even if they do rotate from the barometer side, even though Most Hated is right there by the choke, they could wrap fully around where they could safely enter that next circle.
Elevate trying to fully engage now on top of LG, and this is what I was worried about for LG, drafting Devastated Coast, especially with the teams around them. You're looking at TSM, you're looking at Elevate right now, and they do end up crashing into each other here as Funk gets finished off. LG about to get thirsted here as Sweet ends up going down, but they are not finished out quite yet. Elevate, though, taking a lot of time, taking a lot of damage, just started the med kit. There is a moment here for TSM to try and get involved, but it looks like Elevate will be able to stabilize.
And Complexity finally go down. Even after these reses, they get taken out in the middle of Jurassic, where there's so many teams around them that had them in their line of sight. Maybe Elevate having to look at TSM, who almost were looking to get involved, but decided otherwise. LG somehow still alive as a solo, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm surprised that TSM didn't pull the trigger on that one, but they do get some tags onto Luxford, and it is going to be Sykes swooping back on in, a little bit delayed, picks up one banner at the very least. Can he secure Funk? Looks like he's all out of heals, and that's all he can do for the time being. He doesn't even have a mobile respawn beacon, unfortunately.
Oh man, with the lackluster loot too, having to play by the edge with little to nothing, no syringes on the sticks for real, but maybe with Elevate moving in front of TSM could distract their attention, and we could see what Sykes could do next.
Yeah, Evan now setting up. They do have the fuse to poke and prod here. If they can get a decent knuckle cluster to try and split them up and keep them split up, that would be massive. Elevate do need to push out, though. I don't know how much of this building is safe for now. Evan with some decent damage here. Verhol's pushing forward. Arcstar out to keep them contained. You can see them splitting up as they get scanned in. Now TSM want to go ahead and go for the death blow here. They do have that ultimate down there for the fuse, but TSM are slowing things down in this fight.
I mean, this is a safe, isolated fight for them unless Sykes could pull off a miracle. But now with TSM having the advantage, getting the knock onto Luxford, it's going to be a 2v3. And look at Ruff's positioning here, too. You mentioned the fuse before, creating so much space, but also pressure. TSM backing away after now looking to their back to make sure that they're not going to get circle kept by any other team. It looks like they did call out on Sykes, who has no healing items, as we noted before. Only shield, and he's trying to run for his life.
Oh, just one more position. That's all he needs to survive. Try to make it into 15th, but I don't know if that's going to be a possibility at all. Wall off just to try and stay safe, but it's going to be MPIRE, I believe, on the other side of this wall. As soon as someone turns around, Sykes should get spotted out here, and it's just a matter of time.
There you go. They do take him out, actually. So LG go out in 16th. MPIRE finishing up the job. We saw them start off here with TSM safely on that southeast side of the circle, but look at where it is pulling, Jamerson. We've seen actually a similar circle to this where it pulled directly on the building that KCP is currently situated in. Even better for them, they'll be able to have clear range of all the teams that are going to have to funnel in their direction, aside from EEC that are safe in that next circle.
Yeah, after this, I believe this was a similar zone in this group. I believe where it did pull into Jurassic, and it was Oxygen that took the win on that one. But Oxygen are not in the same position that they were for that. I believe they were holding that northern building here. Falcons, though, were playing in from the northwest side. Let's go ahead and get a listen in with them as they try to work their way through not Moist.
I don't have a syringe. Can you drop me one? I think I'm just going to run out, actually.
Yeah, maybe fine. Give me your evac, John.
Yeah.
We have to fight them, go waterfall. I think we have to fight them.
Okay.
We get thirded.
Was there anybody even on the
Go back
fence?
spiders. Go back spiders. Evac maybe?
Okay. I'm down for
Spiders.
You have to go fast. You have to go fast, fuck.
Okay. They're not gonna shoot us? There's a team not.
shooting.
Yeah, a little bit. You have to go, guys. You have to
I'm
go.
going.
I'm going.
Trying to shoot that guy.
I can't make it up. I'm gonna die. Okay, I'm good. Number white meds. Can you drop me white meds?
They don't know. In front of us.
Drop me white meds. Drop me white meds.
Yeah, drop
Get
the
them.
syringe. Yeah.
Nut. Pretty sure.
Okay. They don't know we're behind them. It's team. Sure.
Okay.
They have to fight. We just take the spot. We just kill them back.
Just gonna syringe.
They're fighting somebody else.
Walking over. This is in zone. Just take this rock and shoot them left. Let him come towards us, Link.
What the fuck?
fighting.
Falcons navigating that rotation extremely well, getting gate kept by Moist, but we're able to utilize the smokes from Zero to get up onto high ground now, but they are getting challenged. Oxygen Esports on the other side of this one, board as well. That actually creates a third-party opportunity, but Falcons have a lot more to deal with in front of them.
It is just so much congested here on this north side between Spacestation waiting inside of the vault, Board, Oxygen, Falcons playing for their lives on the edge. Board get eliminated. Most hated meet them back in the lobby. 12 squads left, and Oxygen looking like they're in trouble unless they can get aided right back up. But with the scans, they can see if they're trying to push into them or if they're going to be able to have enough time to be able to get the reset. And Spacestation see the opportunity to move forward while Falcons are trying to deal with their own fight here.
Yeah, SSG really utilizing the position that they were able to basically force complexity out of. There was a big domino effect essentially, right? With that drop in from CCE on top of complexity, forcing them out, allowed SSG to gain this position, and they will finish off Oxygen Esports and give them a natural spot to play off of. But the big question for them is how do they next navigate that ring pull all the way to the southwest side? 14 Falcons though, they are still working their way on in, and actually now beelining straight towards SSG. Arc starts to cut them off, but they get in just in time.
So quick with splitting their attention too, because while they were fixated on Yup, guess who moved in and set the third party? It was not Moist, and we saw Timmy popping off in the feed with the Sentinel, getting a knock of their own before deciding, all right, maybe it's time to back off because half of this circle, Jamerson, is taking up the mountain before it pulls more towards the south where Pioneers are.
Yeah. Pioneers are in an amazing spot right now. And again, this is a very similar zone to what we had in match day 1, I believe, where it pulled fairly similar to this. Bleed Esports now getting pushed. They've already lost out on dropped, knocked. He gets cracked, but he's playing around the wall extremely well, and he does end up finishing off Empire with the armor swap. He keeps himself narrowly alive, and now the wall off to go for the reset. Dropped might get thirsted in the meantime, though. Shuby's gonna try and stick it.
The get down Mr. President wall to just save his back for right now. The insurance policy he didn't know that he needed. And getting the evil shield swap just as quick while Hal pops a Beast of the Hunt. Gets ticked off though with the thermite right below his feet. Scan for scan as Hal likes to wait patiently because at the same time, the rest of Falcons could try to take different split angles. We know that that's what Gen usually does when it comes to trying to take these fights, but also trying to wrap around them without being aware of other squads that may be in the area that could poke at them too.
Wow, time is ticking, and Team Falcons actually cut the inside corner up against SSG, so now it's SSG with the ring to their back as Falcons are going to try and gatekeep them and allow that zone to pressure them. Here's the charge forward from Hal. He goes right through the wall. There's a knock onto one as Koi falls. They'll find a second, but they do end up trading. It's all to zero. He ends up going down to the ring, and SSG stay alive.
Are you kidding me? The ring doing enough damage to not only take care of Zero, but even without that, Zero would have died. He was so low in the start to that fight. I like the counter rotate, but that did not work out for Team Falcons. SSG, they get the dub for this time around, but the action has not stopped over on Jurassic Park because Bleed Esports, after coming out on top from their fight, are now going to be able to hug the middle part where TSM are neighboring EC looking at NRG.
Yeah, that's a pretty big pile up there on the southeast side. TSM getting some great damage off Verhols, cracking one and then backing away. They are playing this one patiently. They can smell it. This is a great game for them. 6 kill points at least to their name right now, and they are in the top 7. They just want to finish this one out strong.
Wow, okay. Big E doing some big damage out here. But do you want to overcome it? Zap! Literally one manages to get away and is able to pop the shield back, but you do not ever want to take damage when the circle is going to start closing it behind you. Look at this pressure that TSM are under.
Yeah. I think that might have been NRG that were able to find an angle on them. SSG poking their heads out of that bunker now is going to add up to the pile up here on the eastern side of this zone right now. SSG with an angle onto Bleed. They can go ahead and walk their way up towards this wall. We'll see if Pioneers have an angle on them. Every ultimate being utilized here for this zone as teams are still walking in. EEC now, they're getting pushed by TSM. They've already gotten the one knock, about to find one more as that pushes straight through. EEC are out.
Brute forcing their way into the building. He's got the shield swap, but there's so many other teams trying to capitalize this. As the circle closes in, they are not safe here. Scan for scan. We saw the catwalls coming up earlier. X marks the spot, but can the Motherlode come in clutch here for them to get out here too?
Verholz might be the first one to fall. Shubi ends up going down here. It's a 1-for-1 exchange as Bleed Esports are caught in that Bangalore ultimate. Knocked will go down, and it's all up to Drop to keep his team alive. TSM go down. That's top 5 secured, but the reset is not going to be there. NRG are there to punish along with NGNL.
They're in a great position here too, but even better, Spacestation looking to get the res here in the same building that KCP have been in since the very beginning of the game.
KCP allowing them to coexist for the time being. Speaking of coexisting, NRG have been underneath NGNL this entire time. Can't really peek any further than that. They don't want to drop down and give up the high ground, so NGNL are allowing NRG to stay alive. I mean, they've been playing this one out as a duo since ring number 1, so I don't know how NRG did it, but they were able to find a safe spot for themselves.
I'm worried looking at Nox energy ammo though. He's got 2 energy guns with like what, 20, 30 something in the reserve right there. That is going to be absolutely rough once this next circle closes in the next 15 seconds, because NGNL are going to be able to fry that duo. But I'm also thinking what's going to happen here in this building with Spacestation, all 3 up alive, and the circle closing in while trying to avoid this caustic damage.
This entire time, NRG are just hoping that there are no trades in this fight, that SSG or Pioneers get an even fight, or excuse me, a clean fight here so that they can challenge for NGNL. If NGNL see any trades, they drop down instantly onto NRG. There's the first trade, and they should try and force the issue here, but no, NGNL are playing this one extremely safe.
Oh, they're scared. They just want to be able to hold this hype right now, too, while they do have to inch their way forward. They know where energy is. Bleed Esports still safe behind the rock. Here comes the bang ult that's been called in as everyone's forced out into the open.
Yeah, the Bang ultimate, the catwalls, everything being utilized here. SSG lose out on Phony as Bleed. As the duo, they were able to recover Shubi, but not for long. It's NRG versus NGNL. They've got the man advantage. They bide their time, and now NGNL are still playing this one extremely safe, not risking anything at all.
Man advantage, Evo shield advantage, even loot advantage perhaps here if Nox still couldn't get the loot there by his feet. And it's because NGNL know exactly where they're at thanks to the Catalyst spikes. They get the beam here on the Havoc, but they're still trying to play this extremely safe without trying to overcommit.
Yeah, no risks whatsoever. We've got 3 KP. We're about to secure 2 more and get the plus 12 here. So NGNL, this might not be the most exciting win, but a win is still that. And you can see now they are all on the high ground. They are chasing them down. They've got the scans to utilize as well. And oh no, NRG stuck on the ringside. NGNL will take the first win of the day.
It was going to happen eventually right there, Jamerson. NGNL were in a game-winning position, waiting for all the other teams to go into their direction. But a great win for them here, where yesterday they had a pretty great time on Stormpoint. A better time, though, on World's Edge, where here they were able to secure 3rd place in their final Stormpoint game. So now with a better result to start off their day for today.
And I'd love to see it, especially with the return of Tempest, I believe, just recently getting added on into that NGNL roster. So that's a great way to start it all off. So congratulations to them for taking that win.
Yeah, it's been great to also see how much KP they were able to clean up by the very end right there. I believe a total of 7 KP and the dub on top of it, but still a very tricky final circle to navigate, especially if you're looking at the teams and the action that happened over on the north side for the squads that had to rotate through the vault.
Yeah, I mean, we had some really awkward, I would say, encounters on the northern side when we're looking at North Pad and Trident, that entire north side. Falcons finding some KP over there. I believe Fluffy Aimers might have been sticking around a little bit too long. On the south side, we had a huge pileup, right? We're looking at E8 along with LG. So a lot of the teams that we were highlighting really struggling in that regard. And amongst our top 4, it was SSG and NRG, or excuse me, our top 6, SSG and NRG, that are able to navigate that a little bit better.
Yeah, in a very similar circle that you actually highlighted that we saw previously, I believe Oxygen went for a really quick rotate from wall all the way through the armory to then find themselves settled in that northern building where they found the most success. That was a circle where our last three squads was Not Moist, Falcons, and Oxygen, and it was a very similar tricky situation to navigate through where NGNL, they did exactly the same thing except they rotated over from the western side of that choke. As you can see, 7 KP to their name, and even Bleed coming through with 10 KP, Spacestation gatekeeping the teams from the north side with 9 KP coming in 4th place.
Yeah, and you know, carrying on with that not most exciting game for a lot of our squads, NRG, they had to play this one out as a duo, and unfortunately, because of that lack of presence, they don't get any kill points, but hey, they do end up salvaging a game that started off extremely rough for them. On the bottom side of that leaderboard, we are surprised to see teams like LG, who again, coming off a hot day yesterday, starting it off with that big 0 is not what you want to see.
Absolutely not, but maybe they just need some time to ramp up as we take a look at our top 3 squads and their damage coming in here. 2.6k damage in total coming in for NGNL. You see Bleed with all the KP that they were able to secure, the 10 KP, not going absolutely crazy, but it was all the damage that he was able to follow up with while cleaning up those kills from Dropped and Shubi. NRG also having to play that out as a duel the whole time. As you can see, Reptar was dead from the very beginning part of that match, Amerson.
Yeah, that's surprising. As a 2-man that are looking to not play as big for fun to have picked up 1,000 damage. I don't know how, where, but if anyone's gonna do it, you're definitely looking at fun. When he locks in these situations, he can put out massive numbers.
Well, that was game number 1 in the books here for North America. So much more action to go. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this brick, we got game number 2 on Storm Point.
As a medic, your job is to help people.
Need assistance here?
But I know the truth of this world. That death finds a way.
Time to rise and shine, skin bags.
We all kill, Kapatid. I just really, really enjoy it.
They're shooting at me.
Getting your shield dance.
Ooh, that's got a kick. I'm here to break the game.
Eyes open! Even in the wind!
Down low, too slow.
Order, sunny side up.
What do you say we give them something showy?
Coming in hot! No. Having fun yet? Watch me! Life is meant to die. I know that now. Now hold still, you hear? This might hurt a bit.
Alienware is the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From Conduit enjoying death to Lifeline having some seriously ominous voice lines, it looks like we've got a lot to look forward to in the Double Take event coming this Tuesday. But Jamerson, more immediately, we've got a lot to look forward to in the next couple of minutes. Game number 1 was a blast on Storm Point. Game number 2, right around the corner. As you talked about, some pretty odd maneuvers from some of our squads. NRG really standing out with their 0-kill game, and yet a fantastic position where they didn't have the barrier to execution that teams like TSM and Bleed did.
Yeah, it looked like Reptar ended up getting naded out when they were trying to make the rotate into Jurassic, but a team that's able to really persist and survive in really struggling situations is going to be NRG. They kept their head about and wits about them throughout all of that to at least secure the 9 placement points. It was unfortunate that really they had to play so small that they couldn't get any kill points whatsoever, but you still take that +9 when you start off playing as a duo so early on.
I'd like to nominate another squad for some really interesting calls in tough situations. Though they didn't make the end-to-end game, SSG played really well. I mean, we were talking about Pioneer's position for such a long time in the center of Jurassic, and SSG managed to overcome a lot of variables and make their way in. Now, this is, as we're talking about, a game of overcoming a lot of crazy things. It's always going to be the truth for Apex Legends, and you can see even more of it in the Challenger circuit as people fight to make their way into ALGS and play with the likes of SSG, of Pioneers. The finals for the second Challenger circuit are tomorrow at twitch.tv/versus_GG and then a second underscore. And if you enjoy watching those, maybe you can get a taste of them tomorrow. You can then register to play in Challenger circuit number 3, and like so many of our teams on stage today in multiple regions, you can join the pros.
Yeah, and it was impressive to see the turnout from North America in Challenger Circuit number 1. Over 500 teams registered. I don't know how many showed up, but even with, I think, what, a 10% no show up rate, you're still looking at over 450 teams. So absurd numbers there. There's a lot to struggle through, but we'll see right now as we join on board with NGNL as we start off game number 2.
You know, I don't think a lot of people know this, Jamerson. I genuinely don't, because Challenger Circuit was just getting started at the time. But today's crew, you, me, and Vicky, is the Challenger Circuit crew from like 2021, when we would go over the North American Challenger Circuits and honestly have a blast. We're seeing a lot of similar players in these games today, picked up by major teams.
Yeah, and it's great to see the growth overall. I mean, even over at EMEA, some other players... Linkster is one that really comes to mind for me. He made the transition on over. He is starting to perform well there. So I love that we do have this pipeline, and especially an environment for talent to really refine their gameplay and make their names known.
BR Demons, or then Oxygen, and now having split up a bit, also another big notable addition. Even NGNL have made their way up from the Challenger circuit, and as you and Vicky were referencing earlier, some of the Series E tournaments that used to take place way back in the day. But enough of reminiscing on the past. It's time to bring ourselves into the present and even into the future by looking at the rings to come. It looks like we are going very, very far up north this time around, directly on top of Complexity, who have just relocated for today's games to Wall.
Oh my goodness, that is one of the most northern zones that I've seen in quite some time. I was thinking maybe this one goes over towards that connecting area between Trident and Wall, but I haven't seen it pull this hard in a while. So Complexity will be able to play the deep pocket. They will go ahead and back off, it looks like, taking the opportunity to try and hit that man scan up there. And yeah, I mean, in scrims, I definitely have seen games basically end on the lifts, but not this far north. But Complexity, we know that they do like to play with snipers. We'll see if Monsoon or Lou have a Sentinel in hand. This is a position where they can catch a lot of teams on the rotates and maybe get some free KP. And yeah, they definitely do have the long-range weaponry.
I mean, I'm totally open to this being a missed call by me, but something about this ring gives me the heebie-jeebies. I'd be worried about a counter pull in the opposite direction, given how ridiculously far north we've chosen to go for the first, or rather, second ring pull. It may just be me. We'll see what other teams choose to do, as right now, certainly a lot of them are prioritizing moving down into these nut buildings, and we've got quite a bit of crowding here over by the survey beacon with Yup.
Oh, yep, have to be careful. It's CCE on top of them. And for CCE to already have the high ground and have extra cover with the amped walls and such, you do not really want to challenge that at all. As you can see, Prodigy Ace is taking a lot of damage there, but he will survive for the time being. Lou, that was trying to angle him out and find a position, but I think Prodigy Aces should be safe.
And CCE with the spot that won TSM the regional finals in North America during Split 1. Really powerful spot when the zone pulls up to you over by Zeus Station. And while this ring may be going a little bit further away, the height is undeniable. It's one of the characterizing things about Stormpoint is the fact that when you have high ground, it does provide such a marked advantage over the rest of the lobby.
And now on board with, well, Board coming out from the cliffside. They are one of the slower rotators for this zone, and I don't know how well they're going to be able to fare here, especially with so many priority positions being taken early on. That does leave a lot of the rotates free for them, making their way up to Lightning Rod now, but they're going to be the biggest challengers if they want to try and take that spot away from CCE on the northeast side.
Especially because they'll have a survey beacon to hit at Lightning Rod. This is pivotal information, of course, always providing for these squads. You can't even hit a ring console a little bit deeper into Lightning Rod if you have the leisure, the time to do so, whereas a team like Weave, who's going through the dead center of command, is going to have a choice to make. Do they choose to play through high ground of command and maybe evac over, or do they walk things in directly to CCE? Lots of difficult decisions, of course, as always on Stormpoint, but Falcons never seem to hesitate making theirs, taking a fight as quickly as they get to wall, and it appears coming out on top of it as Jed Burton does find one more member. Climon has plenty of backup and will take out NRG, escorting them from second place to 20th.
Yeah, very rough start again for NRG that time around, though, just getting surrounded by so many squads. EEC sliding down on a team right now. Oxygen is on the other side of this fight. It looks like a trade as McLovin falls. It's all up to Danny trying his best to survive in this smoke. Doesn't have the purple, so he's not getting that passive healing from the smoke, but it does buy time to try and hit that res. Bane is going to try and swing on this, but he's got the second knockdown shield to play off of and make that. Fortunately, though, takes some damage there. We'll just go ahead and reload, go for the chow. Oh, on the other side, Oxygen are out.
Danny preserves that knockdown shield advantage as well, having Sose and McLovin covering him, and while Oxygen go down, it does not bode well for them. This game, this match is pivotal for Oxygen, who last time in this matchup came out in 20th and are 14th overall in the leaderboards in North America, meaning that every day from here until regional finals really is do or die for them, unless you're really wanting to lean on match point, and I would not be thinking about leaning on match point regional finals as a way to qualify for LAN.
Taking a look at the rotation now from NGNL. They took their time on the western side, getting a little bit challenged there from Pioneer, so that's going to force them through the wall, but that's at least a safe place to possibly try and get up to 15th. Ooh, the long range shots.
Charge rifling.
Jets, he's got to be careful.
Charge rifling, you know, not something we see a lot of, especially because, since we're talking about the Sentinel, does comparable damage without the range limitations and buffs and inconsistency, as well as the lack of delay. Sentinel really has been the choice, but I suppose when you can't find one, Charge Rifle will do just as well, and it certainly doesn't require shield cells. Taking their time on the rotate board, are moving through Zeus Station, and should be coming up on CCE shortly. In fact, looking at the ring, it doesn't look like they'll have much of a choice.
Okay, yeah, this is looking to be a bit more standard, and we are finally getting that engagement on the northeast side. CCE moved very early on to take ultimate height in this area, the buildings of the lifts, but it's board coming up from behind them. This is going to be a rough go, as they will eventually get pressured by the zone. If they do have a evac tower, they can try to skirt past CCE, but you're also, of course, putting yourself in the line of sight of Sheila, and we know how often CCE love pulling that one out.
Sheila remarkably efficient at taking out evac towers as well, which you don't want to have to deal with, either being shot at on the zip line or just having the balloon taken out. It's going to mean you have to expend multiple resources, multiple survival item slots to make it into the ring. We've got a couple other teams to think about. Moving up on the zone now, Weave are sitting just above Bleed Esports, who are playing in the tunnel underneath, and with LG starting to make their way across the open ground, I don't suspect they'll survive this rotate too easily.
Ooh, Riley and Carter both getting headshot there, forced back by that Senti. And yeah, that put the fear of the Senti into them for now, forcing out even a Phoenix kid here. So Weave giving up a lot of ground here, making that rotate just a little bit easier for LG, but it's not over quite yet, because they do have to keep working their way on up to this position for LG. It looks like that's where they are currently headed.
And we wondered about Weave's decision making. Now that they're on top, they've got about 20 seconds to decide. Will they evac tower, much like it appears LG are doing right next to CCE? This isn't interrupted, although Sweet does lose a lot of HP, and LG stabilize right outside the exit to these Prowler caves. And while there are a lot of lines of sight on them, I think they'll be okay to heal up for now, especially inside the smoke.
Yeah, when the next scan comes up, they have the opportunity to try walk a little bit closer to see if it is free, but in that time, someone might be able to pull up either Weave or Bleed Esports throughout all of that. CCE, though, not having to really move at all whatsoever from this high ground spot. Looks like they are just on the edge of the next zone, too.
A nice use of cover by CCE. Unfortunately, same cannot be said of TSM. Over here by Wall, they are really suffering. There are way too many lines of sight through the box, in the box, around the box, and with so many teams surrounding them, you got to imagine we'll be saying goodbye to TSM. The last couple shots from Dynasty do take them out, but Dynasty gets shot in the back as well. Needs this shield swap. Laser can't take it from him, and it might mean that Most Hated lose one on the way back.
Well, they do drop down and make it to the wall just in time. That leaves out some important ground here. Just staying alive, though, is going to be important for them, especially after picking up those kill points, and now they have to work their way back on in, but they're alive. That's the important part, at the very least, having a building to fall back onto for the time being. This ring continuing to pull up to that northern side here. As you can see, Weave now eyeing how do we approach this one. They're expecting possibly a fly-in from other squads.
It appears that a team just on the highlights is actually right above them, and that means that Weave are technically, in a way, sandwiched with E8 on top. Remember, an evac tower play from here is still possible, and I do wonder if E8 will choose to use one, making their way into zone, or if they'll try and play height and maybe slide down onto CCE. It's the pivotal decision. It's the one that we've made moments earlier that has now taken them right directly into a fight with Bleed Esports.
They're pushing the caves at this point. Great angle for cover there with that Prowler, but he wasn't able to finish them off quite yet. Here comes a nade, though, forcing them back, buying a little space for Riley now to slide on in, but he slides a little bit too far, and that wide swing does not get punished. There's a knock onto dropped, knocked falling as well. We have not lost out on anyone. It's a clean fight for them, and that's going to be a quick reset. That means Elevate weren't able to push out onto that. Come for the third party. For another fight over here, though, looks like Moist are getting the advantage on it. MPIRE Gaming going down. That's going to be the +3 for not Moist.
A nice reset, and they should hear some shots just northeast of them as well, as it is E8 sliding down onto Weave, trying to pick a fight. LG in the area as well. Not Moist have the opportunity to move up and third party this, taking control of the Prowler caves. Not a bad solution to the upcoming ring.
LG were looking for this spot earlier on. They do try to take advantage of it. For the time being, they can see that, yeah, they just have to back away. They weren't able to find the timings on it, but now they'll be able to play for the gatekeep if they wanted to, but they're actually giving up a lot of ground on this.
You've collected a KP off of Weave, and it is nice to see LG, I think, respecting that a team can come from the south as well. You don't want to take an engagement with two teams at once, and by sitting on the outside of this cave, they can look back and position against the eventual clash of E8 and Not Moist, should they choose to both move through the low ground. Team Falcons on the lowest of low ground over here in Wall are going to be missing quite a bit of cover during the next zone, and can move off to play Prowlers. In fact, Zero is scouting things out right now, but watch this another team, NGNL, rotate ahead of them, and SSG right behind.
Yeah, this is going to be a little rough because you can see that it's all uphill for them. They will have cover to try and basically leapfrog their way forward, but they don't like it at all. They can see that there's a huge pile up there. They better their chances, it looks like, with Pioneers now flying past them. They do have fluffy aimers in the building on the other side, as Team Falcon still eyeing that one up. The engagement here, though, SSG versus NGNL.
It's looking pretty good for SSG. We'll find out how they take this fight. Let's pop into a listen-in with SSG.
I'm looking hard. I'm hard looking right. I'm hard looking right.
I got evac. Playing Tony. Yep. Look for kills. We can do that soon here. Nade's here.
Popping range. Popping range.
I think they took him before the building.
Maybe. They're on each other. They're on each other.
Yep.
Alright, I'm gonna anchor back, okay?
I'm gonna go some loot. Did you already loot for?
Oh yeah, I already looted one box.
Okay.
Other box is like in the
the box on the left.
Where is it?
It should be like right here.
There's a box right here. You can loot this box here.
Sure, hi. Yeah, can you soak the box and open after I range real quick? Wait for me.
Yeah.
You don't have to voice to soak. I'm good to soak it.
Alright, we need hard power right, and then like this seems like hard holding this.
We might just need to find that team. There's a team here. We can shoot this team 120, no? They're just in the middle of the open.
We can hit. Batting.
Is there a swap in that
Switching
box?
guns. They're switching guns. Probably. Yeah, there is.
Yep. Watching right side. Yeah, they're in the open in this corner.
Okay.
100, 101. 110.
I don't see one.
Sitting in this left. Sitting in that corner. We can walk up and grenade that.
Okay. I don't have any. Yeah, I do. Can we walk up and scan?
Yeah, we need to start.
You back up.
You back up.
SSG on the verge of making their move up the hill. They've got a couple fights going on, but so do Moist and E8 clashing in the Prowler Caves, and Moist are down a member. Waltzy, having already fallen, leaves Moist in a very difficult position. Pioneers go out. Can Moist make it through E8?
This is almost a death sentence move for both squads, though, as they are hard on the edge, and it's the fast side of the zone as well. Timmy gonna try and stick Walty to get back on up, but you can see the push out now from Elevate. Throughout all of this, Gildersons is the only one alive, but not for long as E8 finishes them all off. I believe we might have had a third-party opportunity, but LG think better of it. We do have the evac tower going down, and now they have to reset and go blind into the next zone with it.
And like you said, LG called this off because the ring is closing in, because moving into the red would be a death sentence. Much like that, the Falcons are handing out to the Fluffy Aimers. It is Hambino down, the building taken, but Team Falcons have a long way to go. They are positioned right next to SSG on this rotate. Everybody having to make their way up towards the northeastern side. Chase Mob almost goes down. Falcons are going to turn around on this. They are not going to let this go unpunished. Fluffy Aimers fall. Soju board, top 9 squads, and an EVA 8 for 0.
They get scanned on the rotate on up, and you can see the Bangalore ultimate going down from either side. Falcons utilizing that to try and push back EEC, but they might have to take a little bit of damage here. They are not safe in the zone quite yet. E8 also on the other side of the tracks here. I think they might have spotted them out in just a moment here. E8 getting taken a lot of that ring damage as they charge forward now. Sliding on in, Zach Mazer gets challenged, and LG will clear them up finally.
That is a proactive move from LG if I've ever seen it. They know E8's coming up behind. They go, enjoy having no cover, guys. Move on over to this position, which is far from being entirely safe, but it is a whole lot safer than being anywhere in the vicinity of Falcons. As we move down to 4 squads, Falcons eliminating, nay, eviscerating Complexity, and now dialed in on SSG. Their next door neighbors, though not for long.
12 kill points. That's how many Falcons have at this juncture, and they are only in top 4. There's still 8 kill points left on the board for them to take. This is looking to possibly be a 30 bomb for them so early on in the day.
Now, we've got a couple more squads in the arena. LG are one, Yup are another, and well, it looks like we're saying goodbye to SSG as they rocket out of zone entirely. This Jamerson is sure to kill them.
Yeah, that's going to be Prodigy Aces to pick that one up, and so for Yup, they played that position very early on, and they are finally getting rewarded for it.
Looks like a bit of a miscalculation from SSG, but it does remove one squad from the equation and makes this a nice 3-directional battle. LG are the ones with a lot of pressure on them as Falcons do appear to be moving up the hill. But are Falcons going to try and play for a different kind of sandwich? They can play the low ground very effectively, and as long as you keep LG away, you'll cause some serious problems for both them and Yup. Up the hill they go. Zero's not interested in letting these kills from LG slip away, but they're not going to collect any just yet.
Yeah, that pressure actually forces LG onto Yup now and buys a lot of time and space for Falcons as they actually wrap around.
Here they go!
LG making the movement onto them, but they end up sliding straight down into the crosshairs instead. Hell ends up getting traded here, and now Yup need to find the time. They need to go ahead and slide down. They need to be faster to try and punish Falcons here, and it looks like they will have that man advantage up now on the high ground here. They've got all the utility to utilize as well. The drop down from Duke to finish things all off. There it is. The knockdown onto Gem Burton, leaving Zero the only one up. Yup, bide their time on that high ground the entire game, and they are rewarded for it.
It looks like the only way that you can really beat Falcons is to take a 3v2 onto them. What actually ends up being a 3v6 from Falcons' perspective as they tank both LG, then Yup moving down on them. That was an incredibly tense end game, and it was only broken by the fact that LG really had nowhere to go. So they did have to, in a way, run wildly about trying to find a home.
Yeah, and this does kind of show the difference in styles that we had to see, right? Yep, playing hard zone, they were able to get in very early on and take that high ground. On the other side, for Falcons, they were coming out from that down beast area, and you can see why sometimes teams do kind of prefer to play edge, because you end up getting a lot of kill points. They had at least 12 before the end of that game, maybe picked up a couple more off of LG at the end of the day. So despite getting that first place finish, I think Falcons might have outscored them in game number 2.
Even teams like E8, when we talk about edge play, are going to, yes, feel a little bit bad about the way that this game went for them. They may not have made it into the top couple squads, but you've always got kill points to boost you up. You wipe out 2 squads, and that is something that E8 did on their way in, and already you've got enough kill points that you've essentially placed within the top couple of squads. In fact, we can look at this as more of an example of that. Team Falcons, second place, 23 points. They were so close to that 30 bomb, Jamerson. So close, but yeah, so far.
Yeah, Yep just had the superior position. I mean, that high ground, it's so difficult to play around. It looked like at the end, Falcons tried to commit for that second place finish and chased around LG before they got the loop, the go around there. LG was just moving all across that zone. Ultimately, though, that is basically where it all finished off. They picked up a couple kill points at the end onto LG. So probably the best case scenario for Team Falcons in the end of the day.
Praiseworthy macro from a lot of squads. However, when we look at the bottom 10, a lot of these just got punished a little too early. I'm thinking specifically of TSM trying to play up by the lift when there wasn't really cover for them to play with. The same thing can be said of several other squads that tried to rotate in ahead. And if I'm honest, fluffy aimers didn't make that many mistakes. Their real problem did seem to be lying in the path of Falcons, as has taken out so many squads throughout the course of Split 2. Now, when we compare the stats between the team that managed to take away first and the team that managed to take away second, you can really emphasize how important the positioning of Yup was, because while they managed to do quite a bit of damage, their kills just over half of the kills that Falcons had, and their damage very similarly.
Yeah, so impressive scoreline coming out from Falcons, especially after game number 1, right? They were so close to being able to tie that into another top 5 finish, but it's performances like this which really bring up the averages on almost all the scorelines for Falcons. Like I said at the top of the day, they average about 5 kill points per game, and they are doing it once again. This time around, across the last 2 games, they've averaged 8 kill points, even though 14 of them are from the last one.
This will bring that average even further up, although teams like Yup and SSG, even NGNL, stay within touching distance of Falcons. SSG have claimed the first place over Falcons before, as have E8, who are sitting down in 9th place right now. Team Falcons should be continuing their role, and I'm getting word that we've actually got some pretty wild stats as well from Hal. 8 of the kills from that game were on Hal. 50% of all the KP that Falcons were able to collect. It's exciting, it's unpredictable, but one thing can be certain: Falcons will be continuing their rampage somehow, some way, as soon as we get back to Storm Point in game number 3.
Herman Miller is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Hello, welcome back to the ALGS, everybody. What a great game for Yup to take the dub on, but even crazier to see Jamerson that Team Falcons still, with 14 KP, allows them to take the overall more points.
And the way that they navigated that zone was very contentious, right? There was a huge pileup on the western edge. Over by wall, a lot of teams kind of used that as a pit stop, but they had to fight their way on in, and they really did pick up on basically every kill that they could on their war path of destruction.
And it was crazy to hear Dia talking about the stats where Hao makes up 8 of those kills in these first 2 games alone, which is actually insane, but also highlights that the honeymoon phase is not over for this all-star team. Yup, claiming the high ground though, they had the positioning advantage here. They did not give this up. Even looking at a lot of the teams circling into their line of sight, even with that catwalk coming up, they didn't want to give up this height, and they wanted to time this last fight perfectly against Team Falcons.
It was just so unfortunate. It was nearly a clean fight for Team Falcons. If they could have actually gotten a clean fight, it would have been an easy armor swap reset for them, and Yup wouldn't have as huge of an advantage in this fight. But that high ground is still difficult to fight up against, even in a 3v3 situation.
Lovely seeing Prodigy Aces coming through alongside Duke to take that second game as we move on to game number 3, our last game on Storm Point.
Yeah, we'll see if Falcons can pull out a win finally. It looks like they are starting to ramp up and really wake up at the start of the game day. I mean, typically, you know, we start off on World's Edge, and those are, I guess, their 3 warm-up games. But starting off on Storm Point, it's a little bit slow in match number 1, unfortunately, but they do bring it all back, basically, to center. And now match number 3. Will they be able to ride this momentum?
It's just a startup frames. You gotta wait to see how it goes down here for Storm Point, because we do know that they do have the most success on Storm Point versus World's Edge. So that also comes into question. If they don't find that stride, even though they're getting all this crazy KP, they could absolutely frag out. But which of these teams could find themselves in these god spots like we just saw Yup in, as we take a nice look at a flyby here on Storm Point at where our teams once again will be landing.
Yeah, so we did get the Jurassic, the almost center of the map pull. Now we got a northern pull, maybe a little bit northwest there. We'll see if possibly we finally get a south zone here. Although, you know, it has been favoring the south a lot in North America. This time around, though, I love that we get to get a bit more of a scenic look at Storm Point.
Listen, Jamerson may have heard you. We have to see. We have to see. We've been seeing it way too much here on Storm Point. But with these circles that we've had thus far in these last 2 games, it's made things very exciting, especially for teams like Yup, who have the advantage landing over here by this north side of the map on Zoo Station, where they have a ring console where it's easily accessible to them. But this actually may look like it could be pulling towards that north central side of the zone.
We'll see if this one goes down to, I believe, Lift and around Command Center, possibly. This one's a little bit more difficult to call, but for Yup, they're going to take their time, of course, up here at Zeus Station. They've got a few teams in their way that they don't want to rotate early into. So, yeah, they will definitely take their time. What is this view? It looks cozy. It almost looks like one of those, what is it, the capsule hotels in Japan?
Oh, yeah, actually, I know exactly what you're talking about. Quick check in, check out, too. Okay, I like the little cinematic view. Just waiting for Prodigy Aces to open up that pillbox here as we take a look at where the circle is going to be shifting. Jamerson over closer to checkpoint, but there is no ring console right there. It is a survey beacon that Spacestation could play off of at checkpoint.
Yeah. Falcons, though, tend to navigate a lot of these North Pad, Trident, and Checkpoint games extremely well, and they do have the ring console to play off of, so they know exactly how to approach this one. This is actually shaping up to be a really good game for Falcons.
This is going to be scary, honestly. It's just, this team already looks possessed. Now, imagine now having the information and being so close to that circle. I mean, we saw what happened to Fluffy Aimers in game number 1, running for their lives, getting pinched between 2 teams before Falcons had cleaned them up. And now seeing a rather northern zone here, closer to where they're going to be rotating by the edge. Action, though, kicking off with Oxygen taking some shots here.
Yeah, for Oxygen, it's been a pretty rough start to the day, but they can still turn things around. We still have, what, 4 games with this one included here. So can't count anyone out quite yet. Oxygen currently sitting in 14th place on the overall leaderboard with 39 points. I believe the bubble is at about 12 points, right? And so they're only 3 off. So even a middle of the pack result here is going to be good for them.
The last time these teams had faced off against each other, these groups rather, Oxygen actually came dead last, and they struggled a lot in trying to pick themselves up. Different story here waits for them with 20 squads left, and Phony gonna be able to get a knock onto CCE. Spacestation gonna be able to close in the gap, and this is the outcome when you're running a comp that is very easy to call out here from CCE, sticking to the Loba and the Rampart.
Yeah, doing everyone a favor here, getting rid of that Rampart as quickly as they can. But I don't know if they're going to be able to chase down the rest of CCE. It looks like they have been able to at least get away from them. And SSG not ready to give up this position quite yet. And so they will bide their time waiting for that scan, and now they move forward.
And they're closing in the gap here. Looking at a player flying right above their heads here. CCE just trying to get away from EEC, who are now flying over towards Cascade Falls. More squads now showing an appearance, though, into that northern side of that next circle, while Space Station still taking some shots at what could be left of EEC, playing on the outskirts of the building to their north side.
Yeah, I like the idea of SSG actually holding on to that tunnel, because it gives them the option, if there's somehow a hard pull on over to checkpoint, well, they can go ahead and rotate that way. If it ends up going towards Cascade side, they will have that available to themselves as well. But you can see teams are already setting up to try and get to the north side. For right now, though, TSM playing hard edge here from the south side of the map. And looks like they're going to take the scenic route. There's a lot of Evo Harvesters for them to pick up. You can see one just off into the distance on the outskirts of Barometer here. So they'll have a pretty decent, I think, rotation path on their way on up with very little resistance.
All right, when you land over by Coastal Camp as your POI for TSM, now planning ahead with your pathing and having all those Evo Harvesters, they're going to take their time to rotate into those circles. And like you mentioned, Jamerson, having the accessibility to either having a survey beacon or even a ring console, knowing that with the circle pulling all the way to the north, they're going to be late to the party a little bit. So might as well capitalize off of the information that you could bite off of.
Yeah, they can move up towards Jurassic, where I believe there's another ring, or not ring console, but a survey beacon for them to pick up on the rotate in, especially with all the Evo Harvesters that they are picking up. If they don't get into the final zone with red on at least 2 of their members, I would be really surprised at this point. Taking a look at Trips and company making their move now. Does seem like it's relatively free for Most Hated as they move through.
Yeah, NGNL were just exiting out of Cedo for now, while Not Moist still play on the edge on the other side of NGNL. So Most Hated is going to be able to get whatever meds they need from this replicator before they also have access to that ring console, thankfully, because they are running that catalyst. So with that control legend, going to get more information here and even loot up on the way. Maybe see if they can secure either a heavy extended mag or an energy mag here. But you can see with even more teams playing off that choke, the bullets are flying. They are going to be able to get a whiff of the fights happening over to that side. But a lot of these teams are actually funneled in that eastern side of this northern part of the circle rather than the west side. That's pretty open.
Yeah, Not Moist played the zone for a long time in game number 2 here, and it looks like they will continue throughout all that, finally securing the purple for themselves with that Harvester now. I believe in game number 2, they spent the first 2 zones basically out in the gas, and looks like they are ready to do that once more.
Not Moist on their own mission, their side quest right now, to circle all the way around, where not only are they making noise on that trident, but NGNL, knowing exactly where they're going to be approaching from the north side of the checkpoint choke. Not Moist doesn't need that Evo Harvester that was right there too. They're just too busy going to be able to get the scan over by Down Beats that you mentioned earlier when we took a look at Team Falcons. And Space Station just waiting to see if the team opens up those doors, ready to shoot at anybody that moves here.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent spot. And the trouble is making that pull on up. Yeah, taking a better look. This is what a lot of teams were expecting. You saw Falcons actually taking position over here, try to get over to Godrock, but it looks like Fluffy Aimers are already in position for it. Complexity playing off the buildings that are on the north side, looking at third party a lot of the fights here. The issue is that they do have Yup playing off the donuts. And so that's going to be a little bit difficult for Complexity to have that space to work with that consistent threat of Yup on the other side.
Especially if they're waiting and bunkered down in the armory where there's a lot of different angles that Yup and Oxygen on the other side could take here. I'm not expecting Oxygen, Fluffy, and the other squads that are neighboring them to even overextend and give up that space, because that's just going to be third, fourth party, Central, Complexity, actually even seeing if they could try to take a different off angle, take some shots. Everyone's still rocking the blue Evos, minus Energy, who are taking their time as they do rotate through the edge of the circle, through Command Center. You do hear a team within the vicinity of Command Center. I do know Board and CCE are making their rotate through this too.
Yeah, NRG, they do have a lot of utility to play off of here. Their ultimates, of course, ready. Some nades, really what you want in this kind of fight. Force teams out of cover, such, but it looks like they are making their move now. As we join on board with CCE, this was one of the teams that you mentioned. We're here at Command Center now, pulling away as Team Falcons taking a nice deserved break, especially after all the action that they had to go through. It was honestly like an action movie for them in game number 2, where they were going from fight to fight to fight on their rotate on up north to the zone.
Choosing violence, but this time slowing things down just a little bit with the amount of teams right next to them. Like we said, Fluffy, Aimers, Oxygen right there alongside Elevate, who are waiting to see which of the teams from Command Center who want that ring console may end up rotating out, or if they have a third-party opportunity with the fight that's inevitably going to happen here.
Ring console, Evo Harvester, a lot of goodies there to try and bait out. So I understand that play. While they're lurking around, though, CCE are actually wrapping around as well. Board, one of the teams inside Command Center, that was giving pause, I think, for NRG. Now they're going to go ahead and take that height and have a better rotation path. It looks like that fight finally does break out against Elevate. CCE, where are they throughout all this? Well, they ended up losing out on Koba, so they called it on that fight.
And at least in the process of even trying to contest Elevate in this fight, they were able to get their Loba cake back up. So they do lose out on one, back to a duo here, but they were able to get that res eventually before Elevate now going to be able to make sure that NRG aren't the ones to turn things around and third-party Elevate instead. Board on the very top of Command Center had called in an evac tower and are now flying overhead, avoiding all of this chaos to then maybe gatekeep them on the edge of Cascade to the north side.
I didn't see anyone pinging, actually, the fly-in from them, so they might have actually missed out on that. For NRG, they'll just simply walk in with this one. Unfortunately for them, there are a few teams over here that they're going to have to deal with on their walkout, but they can tank it. It is ring number 2. It's not going to do that much damage, so they can bide their time. Most hated peeking forward, Dynasty getting spotted out.
Most hated having to be careful here while playing off this low ground, though. They know how many other teams are probably within the checkpoint vicinity. NGNL, most hated on the other side, but other teams that could potentially also try to take some pokes at them. I'm expecting this choke point, though, north side of most hated to be in a better spot, considering they won't be as much in the chaos of the teams that have already found their space in these buildings, but it's more so when that circle keeps pulling away from checkpoint, that's going to be the problem.
Yeah, that checkpoint fight, though, is largely isolated. If it does take place between NGNL and most hated, teams like Falcons, Fluff Aimers don't really have the opportunity to try and come third party for it. For not moist, they're probably not going to want to rotate there anyhow. So for most hated, they can try to squeeze out NGNL. They can try and bleed them out as the zone closes on in, as they take an early position here on the eastern side. Though it's going to be Weave now spotting out a squad. I believe that was NRG rotating their way out of Command Center. Do have a pretty big fight breaking out here, but Weave are just not able to get eyes on it. It's going to be E8 versus NRG.
But do you commit to this knowing that you're not on the edge of the circle? KCP's looking at you. Board is also having their eyes on you after they had rotated from the evac. Elevate. Zach Mazer losing out of his shield in a bit of trouble, but they got still less than 30 seconds before that circle starts closing in.
Now for EEC, do have that Bangalore ultimate to create a little bit of space for them, but unfortunately it's not going to get that much value. There's so many buildings for EA to be able to play off of. They avoid a lot of that damage. In the kill feed, though, Oxygen end up going down there. So it looks like Falcons made their move. E8 now pushing forward. They find 2. That's EEC knocked out. We're now down to 18 squads.
Nice patience, but you know that NRG is in the vicinity. So is CCE, who are still taking their time to rotate through the edge of the circle after trying to reset themselves. EA, we talked about them before, getting bombarded with a bunch of nades, having to watch their back tier 2. Well, Zach manages to pop another shield bat, but they have so much loot to work with here. And now trying to see if they can try to jump down before finding a crack here from the low ground from Slayers.
Slayer with the beast of the hunt. He's got the scan as well. Unfortunately, Zach Mazer ends up going down. Empire losing out on 2, and Slayer clutches up to finish them off. They need to go for the fast reset because the zone is closing in on them. Slayer with the armor swap off to give over to Zach to make it that much easier. As soon as he gets up, he needs to pop a syringe for himself, but it looks like CCE are here to punish. Slayer's not going to go down without a fight, though. Trev stacks with Sheila, trying his best to secure the kills, and that's Elevate knocked out.
Oh, there's no way after feeling that pressure. I mean, we saw another team also trying to take some shots at them aside from the Sheila, but now TSM have slid in. You saw the catwall to their back. NRG get eliminated. It is 4 teams fighting for the southeastern side of the circle.
TSM trying to charge forward, but they've got to be careful. There's KCP to their north as they're eyeing up Weave. Don't really connect on any damage. They've also been forced back just a bit. Oh, I think they heard the res, and they're gonna go for that air burst nade. Verhulst off the back of it. This should be big. I think it just narrowly missed. Unfortunately, he still will go for the challenge.
You don't miss when it comes to having the Havoc and a turbo, but you gotta watch your back. The huge beams coming in, the quick shield swap before sliding right back to the safety of Zap. They still note that there's a Moby right on top of that lip before they try to counter rotate on the team that has the slight lip of high ground. It is KCP with board still looking at them across.
Yeah, TSM now still having to deal with this uphill rotate. 2 teams in front of them. I believe it's Pioneers pulling off a 1 choke. They have been scanned out here. They still have some time to work with, but time is running out. 30 seconds before zone starts closing, and they are on the fastest side of the ring.
10 squads left, and there are only 4 teams that are in this next circle. This is going to be insane for the southern teams that are going to force their way through 2 separate choke points. You have the NGNL still trying to get out of checkpoint, with Most Hated looking to see if they can get the res with a Moby. TSM pinch while looking at KCP to see if they can take up space, and Board still trying to contest them to make sure that TSM don't end up rotating through that northern choke. Let's jump into a listening with TSM while Verhulst throws out the bangle to see how they navigate through this.
Yeah, just in left here.
Yeah.
Yeah, be back.
Crossing to my side.
Just start.
I think he's still behind.
He smoked.
I'm still behind. They blue.
Smoke.
Back to the left. Looking for it.
Left. Look in the left tree.
Drop it on me.
Behind you.
Then.
He's in the right corner. Right corner.
I got stuck. He's one. Oh, yes. Get the kill.
Thirst him, just thirst him.
Oh, man.
The comms in shamble at the very end. They were successfully gate kept as KCP now move in, but you heard it there first, Jamerson, that they need to clean things up when it came to navigating through that very difficult situation.
Yeah, they had some time to work with, but you can see the tight margin of error for them is not Moist. Now playing on the outside of the building. I believe this is Falcons on the other side, looking to challenge here. Not Moist trying to get any kind of coverage, maybe trying to get the height with that. For the time being, it looks like they will just survive. Falcons really can't go for that peak. You can see Board looking to try and punish this one. And with that evac tower, that's going to allow Not Moist to get heights, but there's an angle on the other side where they get punished.
KCP finally get eliminated. Our last 6 squads here, Not Moist, sharing this building with Team Falcons. Yup, Bleed Esports looking at this fight, so they're trying to LOS them while playing off the lip of the roof. Falcons take some shots while playing off the low ground, but the circle closing in the next 30 seconds is going to have them all full focused out of this building, and that catwall's going to come in handy.
Ooh, Zero with a cheeky peek there, does get back in time with the double time. And now Falcons, they've got 15 seconds to work with here, and they have so many threats on top of them. You can see now as they have Yup on the other side of this wall. The thermite connects onto Zero, forcing him back. That's just going to be a few bats for him to use, cells for him to use, though, just to get reset. Jen Byrne tries to find an angle here. He has been spotted out. Falcons now with their backs to the ring. This is going to be a little bit dicey. They have to run and gun. They've got the traps there to buy a little bit of space. Now, they're going to go ahead and push out with the wall.
From one side to the other, though, they commit to going from the north side after utilizing that catwall. Complexity are pressuring them. They are dancing like they are in the Matrix around all these bullets to see if they can find at least any room to breathe. Yup, get eliminated. Our last 4 squads, and Jen is beaming, but both Zero and Hao are incredibly low.
Oh, Hal ends up going down to Complexity, who have been able to play off that north side the entire time. Bleed Esports taking a lot of damage on the inside, though, but they don't go down. That is what is super important for them at this point. Will Falcons be able to recover? Hal, it's going to be difficult here as they do end up getting spotted out on that scan. It looks like Nades and Utility still alive here, and Hal somehow just gets in the nick of time. It looks like Zero might have been able to actually punch him in.
Oh, but they're not gonna let them reset for free here. Bleed trying to take a peek, but guess who's waiting for them on the rooftop? It is Falcons trying to give them suppressed fire, but Jen gets annihilated. The knock comes in. Bleed tries to take a different angle. They know Complexity is waiting to jump on this opportunity here. It's just a matter of time with Falcons eliminated, going sent back to the lobby. 3 squads left, and Complexity are now diving in.
Yeah, they're trying to full commit onto Bleed Esports, who are still biding time inside now. Lou does have to be careful. He's taking a lot of zone damage there. And now Complexity put themselves in a really tough spot. It's going to be Board on the God spot with Bleed and Complexity engaging upon each other. You can see the door slowing them down as Complexity now trying to full send and commit to second here.
But they had no other choice. They had no ammo. They wanted to commit to this so that way they had at least something to work with when it came to all the weapons that they could have here in their favor. Meanwhile, uncontested, it's going to be Board looking at all the action between Complexity and Bleed.
The zone's about to close in on this fight as well. Board looking to finally pull the trigger, get involved in this one. They can't let the kill points get away from them. It should be free. Shubi goes down. Complexity now finishing them all off, and it's a clean fight. The armor swap for Lou. It's going to be a 3v3. With a slight advantage in armor, but Board have that high ground. They have the angles to play off of the scan and the utility as well. MJ up top now dropping down onto 2, gets the first knock onto Lou, and now Board looking to finish things all off. It does look like the zone might just force the issue here, and they hold the angle. They charge in from the other side, and Complexity will end up going down fairly shortly here. Again, it looks like today is about not taking risks whatsoever. Board will not try and force the issue whatsoever. They'll take the clean win.
Board out of the fight at the very end until they knew that they had that in the bag. And that is Board, by the way, landing cliffside, now completely changing up the ADP line graph that we had set up, Jamerson, taking that dub and changing the way that certain POIs have found their success.
Yeah, it was just great utilization of that God Rock position for this pull. It's a pull that we see fairly often, and so it's great to see that they know how to fundamentally play it. They played that one extremely well. Complexity, like you had mentioned, had to go in for that second place finish, or at least give themselves a shot at first place by taking that fight, and they did a pretty good job picking up the kill points along the way, but also utilizing that initial position there on the north side, right, having the priority on that rotate to pick up kill points along the way in the early game and in the mid game.
Yeah, Complexity looked fantastic today, honestly, after those 3 games down already, and wondering how that's going to work out for them on World's Edge. But it's about making sure that they could plan that decision-making at a good time, too, because they saw the fighting happening before their eyes, but they also had rotated into that armory that they were settled in for, since the very beginning of the game, playing to their strengths on their POI rotate. So they had little to nothing to work with. So they knew that they had to overextend, give that positioning, at least for right now, so that they could at least get some KP in their pocket. And they did just that, coming in second with 5 KP, but it was Board off their rotate, not giving up Pride Rock and getting 5 KP as well as the dub.
Yeah, great game for them. 17 points overall. Complexity with a 14 tied up, basically, with Bleed Esports, who were able to get a little bit more aggressive there in the mid game. Understandably so, especially with the position that they were playing off of, gatekeeping on the southwest side. For Falcons, though, they are keeping up that overall average. Another top 5 finish for them. And so they are definitely padding the stats today.
Man, they are such a scary team for a reason. Even if they aren't winning these games, it's just the way that they handle themselves when it comes to approaching getting this KP that they can. Not Moist, though. We talk about roundabout rotates. They took their time rotating into that circle to put themselves in the same building that Team Falcons is holding with 5 KP.
Yeah, and honestly, it was really nice position for them to hold. Overall, LG, that's another squad that we were looking at highlighting earlier on, struggling here in game number 3. Unfortunately for them, that rotate up towards the center of the map, it just proved way too difficult coming out all the way from devastated coast. So this was one of the hardest pulls for them to navigate, but honestly, it's not out of question for teams to be able to do. I know that Falcons, of course, had a similar circumstance in week number 1, day number 1, and they were able to pull out a dub in that regard. So right now, LG, they've got some work cut out for them, especially now as we're swapping on over to World's Edge. But the fact that they were able to consistently put points down across the last 3 games, keep them at least within striking range. 16 points for them, now in 11th place. Falcons, though, in first place with Yup and Bleed Esports, of all teams, now behind them, only by 5 points.
It's so crazy to see Yup and Bleed. NGNL once again still showing consistency after their performance yesterday, still be within this top 4 now as we make that transition onto World's Edge. Just like you said, Jamerson, LG, they found their success on World's Edge just yesterday, where they won 2 games back-to-back for games 4 and games 5. So still a lot of work to be done here for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I do want to also go back, and I don't think we've talked as much about Bleed Esports, but they have been on an upward trajectory over the last 2 days of play so far. They have bounced back, and right now keeping themselves within reaching distance of Falcons is a very impressive display.
Absolutely, especially being right there too, getting 17 KP in this lobby where they're ahead of LG, just right behind Falcons, keeping up to par here on Stormpoint. But it goes back to what we were talking about before. Can that consistency pertain to World's Edge here with Yup still getting more of those placement points over Bleed Esports, who have been able to get that KP?
Yeah, very impressive showing coming out from so many of our squads. This is why you don't discount anyone. With how tight the grouping is, especially in the middle of the pack, it's still anyone's game, even though we are coming down to the final 2 match days for all of our teams.
Yeah, it's been actually so crazy to see how a lot of these circle shifts too have been very unpredictable for certain squads that maybe were expecting more southern zones. You mentioned LG over by Devastated Coast, but maybe seeing how that's going to change things up as we bring in Dia after our first 3 games are done. But what we can expect after first seeing Team Falcons, they haven't taken a dub, but it's definitely the KP that they are favoring here.
It's like they've gotten so close after game 2 that I almost just want to give it to them. I do love as well that you guys shouted out the cliff side pick in a cross map ring. That was very cool to watch, and the way that Board played this end zone over by the Bratwurst buildings was fantastic, because controlling high ground so often can net you quite a bit of KP. It also was fascinating to see Complexity, and somebody who's been watching the whole time, albeit from a slightly different perspective, is Jayhawk. A lot of you will know him from his content around the scene. Jayhawk, I know you're running watch parties as well that a lot of people can tune into. I also am aware that you're having some tech issues, so if Jayhawk freezes, don't worry everybody, we're just gonna keep going, pretending as if he's there, and then we'll be back soon. So Jayhawk, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. And Dia, we made that little video with Zephyr that I posted on Twitter about the POI draft. And, we joked about Cliffside, but all of a sudden we get a team getting a big win from there across the map. With this draft system, I got to say, I think I'm really excited to see as we go along, because we're seeing that even the POIs that are considered the worst, teams are finding ways to win.
I'm also really fascinated by the way that some teams are choosing POIs that are stylistically similar. Complexity is an interesting example of this, since they've been playing out of Command Center. When they didn't get Command Center, they would go Cascade, and now they're finally going Wall. I know that you have the chance to listen to a lot of team comps as things go on, and from what I understand, Jayhawk is rejoining us soon. So when we get him back, I'm looking for some insight into the communications of Complexity, because that was a really fun game for them. I mean, Vicky, watching the way that Complexity really had to go very far. I know that when I draw this up later, I like to plot out the paths of everybody during the game. It's basically just going to be a straight line from Wall into a little compartment, into the Bratwurst building, into nothing.
Yeah, for the fact that they made that rotate so quickly to the DBZ buildings and then immediately to the armory, just waiting and then finding out an opportunity to maybe sneak their way in and get the ammo that they needed. Jamerson and I were talking about it. They really had no other choice but to time that fight perfectly where it wouldn't result in them literally having to duke it out because they just didn't have any ammo. So at least they still were able to get some KP at the very end, even if they didn't start that last fight up and alive and healthy.
I wanted to ask you, Jamerson, looking at this from an outside perspective, I was thinking, is this the best move for Complexity? Because I certainly understand it, right? Vicky, you've pointed out that they managed to get KP. Is there a way that you can even play that zone to contest for first, or is playing for second from Complexity's position really the best you can do?
I think Vicky was right. I think the simple fact that their economy was in absolute shambles because of the fact that they were early rotating, they had priority on that zone. It didn't really leave them with too many options at that point. So I think they did make the right choice.
All right, I like it. Jayhawk, you've caught us in the middle of a discussion as to what Complexity could have done, but I wanted to ask you, because I know you get the chance to listen to team comms, who's had some of the more exciting or fun team comms today?
I've been really interested seeing TSM. By the way, I can hear myself. Sorry, but it's very distracting to try and talk while I can hear my own voice.
I understand. We'll get that fixed, I'm sure, momentarily. If you would like, I can just start talking about TSM comms, or we can wait till it gets fixed. Either way, it'll be a lot of fun. I mean, TSM, we did actually take a listen. Okay.
The thing I was going to say was, and I'll throw it to you guys and hear y'all's opinions on it, but I'm very interested to hear TSM's comms every week because we have Zapto, first time IGL, with Verhulst also kind of IGLing. Verhulst gets more involved during the fights. Zap kind of helps out with the macro, and it's been really cool listening to that whole team sort of learn to fill the void of Hal not being there anymore.
Vicky, it's fascinating how people can try to adapt to take all of the pieces of what is a very prominent IGL in the scene and still make that work somehow.
It's also very difficult to make those adjustments already halfway through the season where you could feel more comfortable, that trust is built up here. Are the comms too crowded at the same time? There's a lot of stuff that, they have to figure out on the fly so that way things are a lot more neater for this team. I mean, we heard it in their listenings actually in that last game where they seemed definitely flustered because they were in a very difficult situation. They were honestly going to die anyways on that rotate because they were in the line of sight of, well, it's 2-3 other teams beyond that choke. So it was a hard situation to rotate from anyways, but you could hear it in the comms, it being a little convoluted at times where some comms could be very crowded.
Yeah, Jamerson, one of the things that's, of course, always fascinating is listening to team comms in end games. I think those are really exciting. And we've had a lot of opportunity to watch end games. I think yesterday even, we managed to see some of the LG comms into end games. And staying calm is very, very important.
Yeah, and urgency as well. And going back to the point about TSM, it's I think right now they lack urgency in a lot of their comps. They're bouncing a lot of ideas off of each other, which is kind of what happens when you're not entirely too sure exactly who the IGL is. They bounce around so often that you find here in the mid games, they're bouncing around ideas. That delays your movement, that delays your rotation 5 to 10 seconds. And in this, in these games that we've had so far, extremely hard pulls off to the northern side, you don't have that same kind of luxury. So they need to really do, they really do need to kind of streamline their communication. You look at teams like LG, like Falcons, it's a very clear voice that tells you exactly what we need to do. They're not bouncing as many ideas off of each other. And when they are, it happens like that. So that's what they really do need to work on overall in the end. But I think there is still hope for TSM right now. It's still looking a little rough.
Now, I know that we want to jump through some of the final circles, so let's go ahead and take it into that, because final circles for games 1 through 3 are some of the more exciting ones that we've seen from very different angles. Like you're talking about, I mean, Jayhawk, we pointed this out during the broadcast, a lot of teams are quite risk averse. Teams like NGNL, Jamerson, didn't choose to really take the fights, but instead are letting the lobby play out in front of them and using their position as an advantage.
Yeah. This was definitely where I wanted to scream, right? I was like, hey, get involved, do something. Please be a little bit more proactive so that you guys can get a few more kill points, because you can see that the trades happen, and that's where you do need to be able to push the advantage instead of just allowing them to go for that res and then leaving it as a toss-up for maybe energy on the low ground to do something. But ultimately, at the end of the day, sometimes in Apex Legends, all you need to do is play risk averse. Let the placement points really speak more than anything else.
And even now that I'm thinking about it, I know we're looking at game number 1 now, but even in game number 2, Jayhawk, it was again Yup being risk averse and capitalizing on the Falcons fight that ultimately won them the game.
Yeah, this is one of those circles that we don't see a ton. It's one where all the teams that come from the southern side over at Wall, it's going to be a tough game for them. Falcons did a fantastic job. The fact that they got 14 kills in that game is fantastic, but Yup holding the high ground. They were able to capitalize on it, coming from Zoo Station, getting a big win. And so far through those first 2 games, these are teams that we didn't think would be coming out on top, and NGNL and Yup, they did.
I'm really impressed with the way that they managed this. Jamerson, when we're thinking about the transition into game 3, what did you see?
Yeah, I mean, game number 3, I think played out pretty standard, right? Jayhawk was talking about how it was a ring that we don't see as often, but game number 3, it was definitely a ring that everyone's expecting. That pull over towards that Trident side, just outside of checkpoint, was basically everyone expecting. I think more than anything else, the teams that were coming out from checkpoint were caught a little bit off guard on their rotates overall. I think SSG might have actually zone wrapped around them in that regard, and that was the biggest surprise overall. But ultimately, I don't think anyone's surprised by the finish here. Complexity with that positioning early on, taking the northern side, and of course, Board being able to take that God Rock position, ultimately got the win.
You know, Jayhawk, it's funny, we meme about Cliffside, right? But I didn't even have Board winning this game up until the very end when you realize they have God Rock.
Yeah, I feel like these teams that are getting these bad POIs that are all the way across the map are instantly discounted, but we saw this a couple weeks ago with Liquid. They were able to do it from Dome in 2 Skyhook zones in a row, one where they got the win, another game where they had a really solid performance. Now Board doing the same thing with Cliffside, which is maybe even arguably worse than Dome because it never gets picked, and they were able to do it. They were able to get the win, and I think that just shows that one of the biggest things that teams have to be able to do with this draft system is adapt, and if you can't adapt to the zones and the POIs you get, you're not going to be able to do well in the system. And we're seeing that with a lot of our top teams from even Split 1 playoffs who weren't able to do so. Some of the teams in NA who weren't the top dogs, they're finding success in the system.
It's really fascinating. And Jamerson, I'm going to let you go as we prepare for match number 4. It'll be me, Vicky, and Jayhawk talking through our drop spots for match number 4. Because Jayhawk, this is where I'd really love your insight. We're thinking about how these POI drafts impacted the games over on Stormpoint, but when we move on to World's Edge, I know you've had a chance to look at these. What are some of the big surprises, some of the things you're looking forward to from what POIs have been selected on World's Edge? We'll go ahead and bring them up just so that we have a little visual aid to go along with it.
Absolutely. NRG, they get Overlook, and we've seen a lot of these Overlook zones. Can they capitalize on that if we get another couple pulls like we saw yesterday over in that sort of direction? They've had a pretty rough start so far. They're sitting in 15th on the leaderboard as of right now. Can they maybe claw it back on World's Edge? TSM, they're over at Climatizer. Similar situation, a little bit higher up on the leaderboard, but sort of in the middle over at 9th. Climatizer are really strong POI. We've seen them actually win a match day from a POI over on the north side, and I think it actually was Climatizer. So can they capitalize and launch themselves up the leaderboard? And then some of the other teams that really stand out to me on that north end, Not Moist and Board. Not Moist, they've been struggling overall, but they end up getting Sky East. We've seen a lot of Skyhook. We've seen a lot of Overlook. They need this more than almost anybody playing today because they haven't had the greatest of splits so far through 4 match days. It's looking a little dire for their land chances. As of right now, they're sitting in, I believe, 6th. Sorry, no, they're sitting in 9th. Their best placement was 6th. Can they capitalize on a Sky East? It's not considered a great POI, but with some of the northern zones we've seen, if that trend continues, they have to capitalize. This is their chance. And then Board, we've seen them already take a game win today. Can they go back-to-back from Survey Epi? It's one of those POIs that's getting picked heavily because of the trends of zones.
I mean, we've got a lot to look forward to. I like that you mentioned Moist, and I do wonder whether we'll see a little bit of aggression, because we saw some in EMEA just yesterday. Teams getting a push onto, this was from Lava Fisher, into Sky West. Not Moist need a lot of points. They're landing next to Board, who have done really well today, but otherwise placed 16th last time in this matchup, or 26th in the leaderboard overall. Not Moist could get aggressive and try and pick up KP, as well as essentially the POI of Sky West.
Absolutely. And if you're Moist, you have the fighting power to do it. You've got Timmy, you've got Guild, you've got Waltzy. If there's any team that's not Falcons or SSG that I would argue is the best fighting team in North America, it's arguably Moist. I mean, if they can figure out the macro, I think they're going to be one of the top teams in the region. But with the fighting power, they absolutely have it.
Really stacked top side of the lobby. It is going to be a blast. Let's jump in to match number 4. Thank you so much for joining us during the halftime, Jayhawk. We'll catch up with you later. All right, Vicky, it's just you and I. It's time for game number 4, our first game on World's Edge, and no better way to inaugurate it than by blasting through Sky West and Trials. This is where Board are starting the game, and there's already a lot of focus on this, as Jayhawk and I were talking about just previously. The ability for fights to break out in Sky East and West respectively is something that Board are going to have to respect. Both the threat from Most Hated and Not Moist is real.
Literally, you cannot breathe. Look at Most Hated just slowly inching their way closer to that one straggler of Board that is going to be able to clear out Trials for now. But what's great here for Board is I do believe, yes, there was an Evil Harvester on their side of Skyhook. And not just that, they have a ring console and a survey beacon that they could profit off of. So all the Evo charges that they could work into their rotate once they start trailing behind Not Moist.
Let's go ahead and rip our perspective over to the opposite side of the map as well. Check out NRG. Really interesting point that Cinetic made in EMEA this morning is that when Fragment is taken, Overlook gets nerfed because they don't get the no-name buildings, survey beacon, etc. Now that Fragment is empty, NRG have the advantage of being able to land there, get more loot, get more information, because Elevate, the team that could have gone Fragment, has instead opted for Dome.
Wow, and EA having to get out of Dome. You already know the loot over there is very lackluster, but the goal is to try to quickly rotate out of Dome, but more so looking at NRG, who are profiting off of Overlook. They had the survey over to No Name. They were already able to rotate out. They had the Evil Harvester on top of it, and I do believe a ring console that is on the north side of that building by Overlook.
I'm curious whether they'll end up, NRG rather, moving back towards No Name to try and get Fun to hit the survey beacon, or if they'll leave things as they are, just with the loot that they've managed to inherit, and have CCE pass through here, maybe controlling a lot of No Name. It does look like this is the ring prediction. Check it out in the top left-hand corner of your screen. CCE have already gotten the next ring scan, and I'm no expert, but it certainly looks like CCE think the ring is ending here.
The fact that they rotated here so fast from landslide, I mean, that does work into their composition, right? The Loba, the Rampart, you're going to be sitting pretty inside where you predict the circle is going to be, but Trev gets blasted, losing out in his shield. Cobra takes a good amount of pressure, and there's already a fight happening over by Noda, because guess what? It is Falcons making their way to annihilate them, but they were able to set up the Rampart wall before he was taken down, though. They take care of Trev here, too. 2 knocked already for CCE, while Team Falcons have now tried to engage inside this building.
Annihilation, the super operative word. I applaud you for your choice there, because Vicky, this was nothing short of a crime. Falcons haven't managed to take out CCE entirely yet, but they have certainly displaced them out of these buildings. And now with Watson, should be able to hold on through quite a bit. They've even got a little bit of amped cover left behind, which it doesn't seem like they take too kindly to, apparently.
Gotta get out of here, taking up all that space that we could work with instead. By the way, almost everybody in the lobby has already found their way in between Geyser and by No Name. There's about 6 squads that are still taking their time to rotate in here, but the rest of the lobby have already found their own buildings over here by No Name. So this is going to be absolutely insane with coexisting, Dia.
This is a very different read than we had yesterday as well. When the zone pulled even close to no name in yesterday's games, we had teams in North America being lackadaisical about it, taking their time rotating into zone, going over through Siphon, hitting up Harvester, even checking out Skyhook, and this time everyone and their mother has already purchased real estate. I cannot imagine that the rents here are nice at all. Yup, in fact, have landed and found that there's really no place for them to stay, and they've got very little to do here. Ossivian jumping onto the roof takes a boatload of unnecessary damage, and I hesitate to say whether they'll even find safety inside these buildings. The scan from Ossivian does get Yup into a decent place for now, and it's got to be one of the last ones remaining.
You know, Ossivian was clenching as he ran into that building. He was dancing around those bullets, aside from the fact that Prodigy had the smoke ready just to help them on that rotate. By the way, LG get eliminated in your feed. It is just nonstop chaos for all the teams who are fighting from that north side on that rotate.
Most of the buildings here now being occupied. Weave take what CCE had tried to set up earlier, and this time they will in fact have the amped cover with the triple take, albeit iron sighted. This is a lot better of a spot for Weave to now control with Watson as well. And it is fascinating, Vicky, that we're seeing so much more priority in North America placed on Watson as soon as we make the transition onto World's Edge. Almost everyone is running Watson at this point, especially the teams that have rotated in early quite naturally.
Makes sense too, of course, being able to bunker down, whereas KCP, odd one out, rocking that caustic that we saw earlier on in the split. You have this mix of the Watson, the Catalyst that we see slotted into as that third, and then you have the Caustic coming in, or, you know, CCE who had exited out of the lobby earlier, just running something completely left field, or even Elevate, who gets to play into their POI as best as they can with Luxford being on that lifeline. So we get to see a little bit of a change up for the teams that want to play into their comfort zone. Looks like here for KCP, they are going to be able to get that Evil Harvester and already rotate into that circle with purples.
Yeah, now that you've got the purples and the perks that go with them, you've also got a lot more utility and safety. I much prefer it to playing on blues for the majority of the game, especially because of the amount of damage that it takes to move you from blues to purples. You really want to hit at least one, maybe two Evo Harvesters to put yourself close to the purple breakpoint, or you're going to barely get there by endgame, assuming you even survive.
Oh, MPIRE though? Waiting by the lip of the stairs. There's a nice little head glitch that he could take here in this spot as Moist, not Moist, now getting into position, wrapping around closer to Epi. I believe it's board on the other side here. There was a survey beacon on the high ground and a ring console at Epi. So both these teams colliding in the middle of their rotate to try to get information, but a rather isolated fight. They don't have to worry about a third party happening over here by survey.
Funny that we're seeing this as well. I mean, we said to be afraid of Moist for a good reason. One of the best fighting teams and now mirroring board. This fight may not have happened as early as we had expected, but it's still very much in the control of these teams. And like you said, with the isolation factor here, there's not much that you can do to escape it, whether it be Moist and it starts going poorly for you, or whether you be bored and clearly be being chased down right now. Board are on the run.
Oh, the opposite of bored, actually. Just literally trying to run with not Moist right behind them. But guess who's going to wait for them on the edge of that northern circle? It's going to be NRG, who are holding onto the rocks on the outskirts of Overlook. TSM have been able to take control the entirety of that northern side of Overlook, closer to that Evil Harvester that we saw earlier on. And not Moist just trying to determine, do they commit to this northern side with this rotate, or do they wrap around where most of the teams have been fighting off by the west side of the circle?
And I could respect the trepidation from Moist. They don't want to push up too quick and get caught by a trap that could be laid by board. We've seen a couple of teams do it before, where they'll pretend to be running away, turn around, and all of a sudden one of your members is picked off and you've lost the fight. Not something that Moist want to deal with at this point in the game, or really ever, if they can have it in their power. Complexity playing deep geyser at the moment have largely eliminated the threat of teams running up on them. However, their problems are going to be much further in the future. It's not so much about taking 3v3s that come to them, but about when Complexity will eventually have to move to fight other teams. They're already, in fact, looking at one. E8 just in front of them could be next on the chopping block.
And with Monsoon having that Sentinel, you already know what Monsoon could do with that Senti, especially charge up here too. So putting in the pressure, but not trying to overcommit at the same time while holding this nice split position, because EA aren't the only team here over by Geyser. It is also most hated. Looking to see if they can wrap around Elevate in a little bit of trouble here, because like you mentioned, Dio, once that circle starts pulling up towards that Overlook side, it's going to be Complexity that could start getting ahead on that rotate going towards that tunnel.
Care package is going to be nice. This is not one of those gold weapons. Instead, you're finally getting reds after the early zone close. It's been a nice change, actually, not having Kravers round one, and has probably... It has affected, I'm going to say, straight up, it has affected more of comp than we really think about. It used to be just that somebody having a Kraber round one would just happen sometimes, and everybody would deal with it. The fact that pro players no longer have to deal with round one Kravers, Devos, etc. has really done them a lot of favors.
Oh my goodness. Look at the fireworks. Look how many gunshots, the streams from every direction as they fly in, Dia. I also just throw back onto that because we remember all those power weapons off the rip with the teams that were experimenting with Lifeline before we saw those mid-season changes happening last season, introducing the perks, but some of these teams now coexisting in their own accord over by the outskirts of Overlook. There were so many squads taking shots at the squads that were flying in very late.
I'm so glad that Bleed didn't drop down either, because you were calling out the fireworks. That looks like a situation where most teams who are low on health already, who don't want to deal with anybody, would drop down onto the low ground, but we know we got a shot of it. Board are sitting just underneath this. A lot of crowding here, and if Bleed had dropped down, if any team chooses to drop down that tunnel, you know that they're going to be getting crossfired by Board immediately.
Ooh. Just waiting for that moment. It's the fact that the circle is pulling out into the open, basically, Dia, that's going to be crazy. I mean, we know that there's those pillboxes over to the right side of Empire, on the outskirts of where that one member of TSM on that south side are looking to make sure no team tries to rotate around through the back end of Overlook. But the squads that have to exit out of No Name, that's going to be where the bloodbath happens.
And in the tunnels as well, I'm looking at NGNL, looking at Empire. These next couple of rings will force any squads, maybe E8, maybe Complexity, into them. Whoever survives out of Geyser and doesn't want to deal with this choke point up to most hated, which really seems like a no-win scenario. In fact, E8 desperately want the rotation that Complexity have, and Complexity cannot move into the tunnel until they clear E8. Both squads holding each other at a dead standstill.
Still not giving up, trying to take this fight over by Geyser, making enough noise for NGNL, who are inside of the tunnel, waiting for them once they're forced to start rotating in the next 3 seconds. Elevate, what is going to be their next move here? Because they are lacking in terms of ammunition. I'm looking at Zach, and I'm looking at that heavy ammo. They closing the gap for right now, looking to see if they can try to take this fight versus Complexity at this time.
The decision is made. Most hated are not going to take a fight this time. Instead, like you said, it's Complexity that's got to absorb this. Monsoon gets the first knock. E8 with the lifeline have got Zach right back into the fight. Gold knockdown is really helping them out here, but lack of control over these doors hurts even more. Zach is back down. Luxford falls as well, and E8's rushed push immediately falls apart. Complexity handle it very well, and though they lose one, Complexity get to continue where E8 do not.
I like the thought process with the Arcster, but man, those cat spikes were just terrible to deal with. Now EEC on their last legs, McLovin getting that last kill onto Spacestation, sending them back to the lobby. KCP eliminated, and now McLovin is McGone. There's a team on the bottom end of the table. It is Hasta La Vista, as now he gets sent back to the lobby. But look at this, NGNL, they were waiting to move in. This is exactly what we're expecting when Complexity committed to that fight.
NGNL really played this well. They prioritized the teams coming from Geyser. And you know as well as I that this means Complexity really doesn't get to play for that much longer. I'm pretty sure they're just bleeding out on the outside of this. Empire still playing very quietly on the staircase. Do still control the exit. Then it'll be NGNL and Empire that should go up against each other next. Check out the way that Wi-Fi is positioned, expecting the zip line to be taken. Wi-Fi will already have a pre-existing flank on whatever team comes out.
He's incredibly patient. He's been holding that spot for the last 2 circles out here. Definitely respect the patience going in as we take a look at more teams that have been claiming even more heads. Team Falcons, they haven't really moved from this spot alone too, but they've been able to take some shots in the distance to build up those evil shields.
And if I'm reading the minimap right, it does look like Team Falcons will have the cover of these fence lines, if only barely, during the next zone close. So their mobility not so much in question here. There's not a whole lot of area that Team Falcons have to cross. Instead, it's going to be more a game of defense, as other teams like Oxygen, Complexity, yes, Complexity, the singular player, and Weave can walk up on them.
But it's Monsoon that is still alive. NGNL trying to take a cheeky angle with the nade, destroying the Watson fences, but the ring is closing. They have to make these moves fast. I love the opening attempt here, shooting up from above, but Wave is so incredibly low. In your feeds, energy get eliminated. A good fight nonetheless for NGNL, but they have to get rid of these pesky Watson fences. Oh.
Lots of damage being thrown back. NGNL, unfortunately, are going to get cleaned up, but since there was quite a bit of damage traded, I have to admire MPIRE's way of maneuvering that fight that leaves them without casualties, even to the ring afterwards. Oxygen will fall. Falcons still manage to play their Dorito building very well, and while Hal drops, again, this should be a situation where you can avoid casualties to the ring because of the fence line that protects Falcons. What a serendipitous zone pull for them.
Oh, but the timing, the moment that Hal was incredibly low because he had to reload his weapon before he dropped down. Bleed Esports, a team that has found their success today. They take care of Team Falcons. 6 squads left, and Bleed are looking to clean up No Name right now, taking this fight by the edge. I know Fluffy Amers is within the vicinity right here, but they lost 2. It is only 2. And just as I said that, here comes the 4th party that is bored.
I can't believe we're getting so many commits on this, and it makes sense for a board. They've been playing low ground forever. They finally want to play some Apex Legends. With all that noise, though, MPIRE pick a fight on high ground, and up against TSM, it's Zap that will fall first. The Craver still in the hands of Arc, finds a little bit of purchase, a 140 tap, almost takes them to the victory. Reps has fallen, TSM is down. MPIRE still need a reset. There's nobody on their tails just yet, but keep your eyes on Arc as he's getting out-angled, and the Craver is not going to solve this.
All right, though, Arc was trying to smooth, but it's not going to be for long. There's too much pressure coming in from other teams, and it's only up to Wi-Fi before they are also taken out. It is 2 squads left in a full 3v3 between Bored and Not Moist.
It's the 2 teams, Vicky, from the opposite side of the map. The battle from Skyhook, the battle for Epicenter continues here for the win. Who can dominate the Overlook zone? Which of these 2 teams that have come so far to do it? MJ's got a good amount of damage down so far, but Not Moist have the time to heal, continuing to be punishing with the Nemesis. MJ slides on 4, Jimmy is down, Guild is down, and Bored take control of the game from Sky West to the win. Bored take game number 4.
Are you kidding me? 2 wins back to back for Bored. 1 on game 3 for Stormpoint. Now to open up World's Edge. Dia Bored on another level for this team.
And 2 cross-map wins. Amazing. Sky West is powerful. We're going to expect great things out of Sky West. But moving from Sky West all the way to the opposite side of the map, and in the previous game, moving from Cliffside all the way to the opposite side of the map, you got to applaud the artistry of these folks.
I just, the fact that they were able to also, remember how many squads that were trying to rotate originally from that north side there too? We saw Not Moist actually taking a very similar route before they second-guessed themselves and decided to rotate in a different direction instead of contesting from north side of Overlook directly. It was just the fact that Bored has made a POI that doesn't favor any teams that we've seen on Cliffside for Storm Points win that game. And now, even, yes, like you said, Sky West is amazing, but then to take that rotate and to still not get contested and clean up as many teams as they did, this has been one heck of a day for Bored.
And that is, again, evading this fight that Not Moist kept trying to throw at them. Bored were laser focused on how they were going to play in the late game. They managed to make it into that weird death trap that they set up. So actually collecting a few KP along the way is, remember, Board came out to clean up EEC and then third-partied the fight that Bleed took over in No Name. It is 6 KP that they gather as compared to Not Moist's singular KP, an 18-point first place for Board. Not Moist second, and MPIRE making their way through the tunnels pretty darn well to the tune of a 13-point third place.
I also want to highlight MPIRE's play with the Watson at that team fight that we saw in the tunnel was very clean. They tried to do something similar out in the open by the bins, but you know, whenever you step on top of your friendly Watson's fence and you get to hide it real quick, the moment that you see the positioning just right, you let go and you let the fence do all the work, and that's essentially what they did when they were gatekeeping the teams coming out of that tunnel. And now looking on the other side, Complexity, we saw them having a ball game out there in Geyser, 6 KP, but once again with Monsoon being the only rat alive at the very end, they were not able to get those placements points.
And it is tough when you are showing up in the bottom part of the leaderboard, but it is just game 1 on World's Edge. Still plenty of time to come back. We're looking at teams like E8 and LG. Although when I'm looking at E8 here, I am wondering, is this another one of those days that's a little bit more high variance for them, where they fall a little bit further down the leaderboard? And we see the tweets saying, hey, I'm sorry, I'll do better next time. It's tough to see. It's a reality of Apex Legends. Is that today for E8, or can they pull it back? Board, Not Moist, and MPIRE are top 3 squads compared here for your viewing pleasure, Vicky.
Wow, Watsi popping off though with that damage output. Yes, they only were able to get that 1 KP, but it's putting on that pressure that really starts kicking things off. Whereas Board playing a lot more patiently, waiting for that opportunity. MJ cleaning up what was left of the fights that were happening right in front of him. But this results, with the series results, leading Board being in that top 3 spot, right behind Bleed Esports by 2 points.
And I've already touched on this a few times today, Vicky, but I'm going to bring it up again. I was talking to Jamerson earlier about how you, me, and he are the 3 who were the Challenger Circuit broadcast back in 2021-2022. Funnily enough, Board also are from that Challenger Circuit. You'll remember MJ and Wizardcorn, there's going to be a blast from the past, playing on Team Mike and Ike back then. A long time ago, and they've made it all the way up here to be in match day 7 in 3rd place. Stellar games from them, and when you look back at their careers, stellar journey. It's been a really fun time in game number 4, and you know what that means, Vicky? It means we got even more action for you coming in games 5 and 6 after the break.
Battle Beaver is the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everyone. Board take the back-to-back. Jamerson coming back to also join me because he is the opposite of Board. This comes to show you, Jamerson, as you were mentioning it earlier in the break, why you need to support Tier 2, because seeing the talent on Board, seeing the commitment from both MJ and his teammates just really sticking it through after witnessing them on Mike and Ike back in the day and seeing the success that they've been able to replicate in today's Pro League has been amazing.
Yeah, and it comes at the right time as well because they are finding themselves in the bottom third overall leaderboard. There was 26th place, but if they can find a way to navigate the next 2 games and secure a victory, that will propel them easily within the top 10. So, Board now riding off the momentum. This could be a huge turning point in Pro League split number 2 for them.
Oof. Nice shots coming in from MPIRE. They were doing a really good job at preventing a lot of teams from trying to contest from that tunnel side, but it was just a perfect green light for Not Moist to get involved in this fight, although not as clean as they wanted because that was just free pickings for Board. Look at MJ's position, throwing out the bang ult, but also being able to take a nice side angle to then go in for a flank to then enable the rest of Board to just clean up what was left of Not Moist.
Yeah, they played this game textbook perfectly, basically, especially having the prio on the north side of the zone. We saw, of course, that huge pile up there on the south west side, down by No Name, teams funneling in, that typical zone 3 closing, 13 teams alive because of the churn on that area. So really quickly want to take a moment to shout out, of course, FACEIT. So make sure that you check out the website if you want the multi-view. It's been amazing in terms of prep for us as casters and especially for you viewers at home to personalize your experience.
That's always so amazing here too. Going to be able to adjust the audio just the best of your listening experience. Always nice to also be able to tune into the team comps and how they plan out their next move for some of the trickier rotates that we've been exposed to thus far. Nice little flyby here. Very volatile. I mean, being able to take a look at the teams that do land over between Skyhook West and East, but specifically what we were just able to witness from Board after making a rather long rotate away from Skyhook West.
Again, they just played this one in game number 4, textbook, perfectly, slow rotating on the north side of the zone, making sure that they got that ring 3 information, getting their way into epicenter, and then playing north down to south. That's how you always want to do it in that overlook no name kind of confusion. You really do want to try and prioritize getting yourself towards that north side because you do not want to be involved in that pileup over at no name.
And that's where a lot of teams ended up falling to because there's also little no cover once you're forced to fight uphill with the amount of crossfire that we witnessed from the teams that had to late rotate from the sky. I was scared. I was a little nervous sitting at the edge of my seat to see if any of these teams were going to be able to find any space to work with. As you guys saw right there, we are going in for a quick lobby restart so that way we can make sure everybody is able to load into the game appropriately, especially after that first game that we had on World's Edge.
Yeah, and importantly, I want to talk about that pileup that took place over at No Name, and it's no surprise whatsoever that honestly it was the Falcons above all else that were able to navigate that extremely well. They were able to get deep in with their prio, I believe, playing off of Harvester there. So they weren't the first team to make it, or they shouldn't be the first team to make it over to No Name, but the simple fact that they were center zone off of Harvester, they moved incredibly fast to make their way in there and get over to that Dorito building, helped them out immensely. They picked up, I believe, about 8 kill points. They didn't finish within the top 5, but still to be able to convert that negative priority essentially into the final end zone, they did it extremely well.
And off the rip, they had immediately taken over the building that CCE was eyeing with the Loba and Rampart composition. We saw them get, honestly, you gotta say how it is, they got annihilated. Like they just, you blinked and you may have missed that fight. And so they quickly not only finished that fight, got KP, they got Evil Shield Charge while they were at it, and they were able to secure that building that you mentioned till the very end before Board saw the opportunity to come in for a third party, and then they were able to get away before a fourth party was inevitable.
Yeah, and honestly, if there was a team that could have possibly played out of that position and maybe pulled out a win, it would have been CCE with the composition that they typically run, providing a lot more cover with the amped cover walls. Unfortunately, though, yeah, getting caught out that early on. I mean, Falcons understood that they had to get rid of them. That was priority number 1. Otherwise, being able to get kill points off of that position would have been nearly impossible with the presence of them. So I'm glad that they were able to do that and be able to spot that out so quickly on. I can't wait to go back and take a look at the VODs to see what the comms were like, but you have to imagine, hey, that's CCE, let's get rid of him.
Hey, it's Stats Master at work right here, working full time. As you guys can see, even more stats. Because Jamerson, I want to pick your brain. The scatter point for these World's Edge POIs that we witnessed thus far, we saw what Board is able to do, although off a way better POI than what we saw them work with in Storm Point. But it's been a nice distribution to see how this has worked out for a lot of teams, and depending on where these circles have pooled.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by Climatizer East, but I think the average points do pretty much work out there with how strong, like Jayhawk had mentioned, that pull over towards Overlook and No Name has been. Climatizer East has a really strong priority on being able to take that north side of Overlook and play top down like we saw in that last game. But TSM, I believe they were able to rotate into deep within Overlook, take over the main buildings, while NRG were basically playing off of Boathouse there. So I just expect a little bit more conversion from Climatizer East, but of course we know that those skyhook pulls can be a little bit difficult for our Climatizer East teams.
Yeah, especially since, you know, although we have seen a lot of those northern circles, it could be interesting to see if you want to take the 50-50 rotate risk of wanting to commit on one side of the map versus the other, especially with the north side providing you so many options, whether you have to go over to Overlook for some of these circles or even Skyhook West that we've seen a lot of those end circles happen towards, which can make rotating through that north side of Climatizer even more difficult. But it has been interesting to see Sky West there too, and the way that that's worked into the fact that we've had so many end circles there within NA.
Yeah, you would like a little bit more conversion off that, but definitely a good pickup overall. Siphon East, I don't think anyone's really surprised about that. Very centralized location, really good rotates out to all the fringes of the map, and of course all the extreme density of loot across the entirety of Siphon there. So no surprises whatsoever to see Siphon actually scoring so high in terms of ADP.
Interesting to see how that's going to shake up as we still have 2 more match days to go. Once again, everybody, thank you so much for your patience, but it's been nice to see the way that some of these points have distributed based off of the priority of POIs that these teams have aimed for, because like we already saw earlier, sometimes these POIs, it's just about the adjustments that the IGLs can make in making these rotates and when to go forward with an evac tower or to find yourself pretty, depending on the legend composition that we've been seeing in NA. Dia talked about it earlier, Jamerson. We've been seeing that Watson more so than any other control legend, although it's kind of been that split where you still see the Catalyst obviously kind of filling in right behind the Watson, and then that one lone Caustic, and then you still have the fuses coming out to play.
Yeah, while the wall from Cat is great, and especially being able to reinforce the doors, I think the overall economy for Watson is so incredibly strong. Being able to plop down that pylon, be a little bit riskier with your trades overall. When you go for the peaks, you know that you can take some damage yourself without your economy suffering for it. So I do love the Watson pickup. I'm glad that it's not just, you know, every team running Watson. That was a hell of a time back in the day where every team ended up running Watson, so much so that it affected the performance of the servers.
I remember that. And then the fireworks of the EMPs flying about. Oh, what a time here for Apex Legends. What a time to also see the way that the legend compositions has been able to evolve, because we're about to get another shift very soon with the mid-season patch amongst us. Once again, this is also the last day that these pros will be playing on this current patch before that big patch note drops down here, to see how a lot of these teams are going to be able to make that adjustment before we dive into our next game, Jamerson.
Yeah, really excited to see here. Game number 5 now. It's so surprising because it's Yup and it's been Board, who have come out of the word work. Literally, Yup down in 30th place. We're able to pick up a win for themselves. Board all the way down in 26th in the overall leaderboard, now on the verge of propelling themselves up maybe 14 placement points. 12 or 12 placement points. It's absurd what they could accomplish today if they have 2 final good strong games.
After also seeing the action from LG yesterday, and a little bit of that lackluster game in that first game of World's Edge, let's see if they can make that comeback here as they're sitting in 12th place overall. And it looks like a little similar circle here, maybe pulling more so towards that center side of World's Edge, Jamerson.
Yeah, you do have to worry about that possible pull going down over towards Monument. Never mind. So this is actually a ring that we've been seeing coming into prominence. I believe we did see it for EMEA early on today, and I think it was just a week ago. So this Monument pull has been immense, and so teams like Oxygen could set up if they want to early on over by the chokes coming out from from Landslide, but it's going to be CCE, of course, taking Landslide. That will have full control over this tunnel here, and that's going to be an incredibly strong position for them to be able to bunker down in. They've got the amped walls to play off of cover, and this is going to be a spot that will be difficult to evict CCE out of.
Yeah, good luck trying to rotate through this side. You're going to be met with the Sheila on the other hand, and they also had the Evil Harvester too on the other side of that tunnel. So I'm expecting them to stay here, wait for all these other teams to try rotating in their direction to see if that's going to work out for them. Because with the circle also pulling here, Jamerson, we've seen a similar circle where it kind of pulls on the outskirts of the train tracks, but stays on the high ground overlooking Monument.
Yeah, Falcons know they have to move in for this one. They already have, of course, priority getting into Monument, coming out from Harvester's side, and that's why I think it was a really strong draft pick for them to be able to actually get Harvester here, because again, this is a team that can really succeed off of Blues if they are forced to early rotate on. Right now, though, they are sitting on the whites, but they do have that Evil Harvester, and I talked about this a little bit in EMEA, but they put a large focus on making sure that Hal is the one that not only gets blues first, but purples first as well. And they are going to go ahead and continue that trend.
Get that priority ready to go so that way he could be the entry fragger there too. Gonna be able to get that scan that's gonna be able to last longer with that first perk. He's keeping them scanned longer. We're taking some shots, looking behind them, while more teams are quick with this rotate from the south side. Complexity are right behind them. They were the ones taking shots at them from the Harvester side. And then, yep, ending up rotating on the north side of Lava Siphon, opting to go through that north choke that would lead into Fragment East.
Looks like Falcons ended up taking position just outside of that tunnel where CCE are playing off of. That allowed Weave to now push forward here. I was expecting possibly a turnaround from Falcons as they hear the shooting coming out, but I guess they don't want to get involved. I mean, they have a really good spot off that caravan along with all the blue bins to play off. For Bleed Esports making their way through Landslide, like you had said, you're not going to want to rotate through CCE here. They can instead go ahead and play off the chokes on either side. I believe we saw Nessie and 3D Max playing off of basically the other side of this mountain in EMEA.
Last thing I want to see is my sleep paralysis demon pointing a Sheila in my direction as I'm in the middle of trying to rotate here, which is probably going to inevitably happen for some of these teams that are expecting to be met with that by that choke, especially since in Landslide, you usually have some information to work off of in the middle of this rotate. More squads, though, have already found their way into the east side of the tunnel, closer to Monument, where it is getting congested, and you can see some actually getting a knock.
Yeah, knock though. We'll see if they can convert that into an overall kill, but for the time being, a lot of these teams don't want to risk trying to secure that kind of thirst, right? You can see, yep, are looking for the angle, and they might have actually spotted it out.
Hello? Getting into a different angle. Energy get eliminated in your feeds. The first team to go out. Not what you're expecting as a Beast of the Hunt has been activated. Duke trying to navigate through the smoke while Prodigy Aces gets absolutely decimated though with Alcivian trying to take it off angle. Auction and Esports get eliminated, but there are so many other teams in the area if they do not quickly reset here.
If Yup actually end up converting this one and take a second victory on top of the day, that would be absolutely absurd. How often do you see the bottom of the leaderboard teams just run the overall leaderboard, or excuse me, run the leaderboard for the day? That would be Board and Yup so far. Yup, though, still have their work cut out for them. They only have the one victory so far, while Board are working on two. TSM, though, now with a slow rotate out, naturally going to run into Moist here. When ended up rotating out from Sky East to come this way towards Survey Camp and Epicenter.
What's even crazier in a stacked lobby like this, like that is insane. Verls has been beaming. I love the follow-up that we just saw right there too from Zap. He was able to take some shots before now closing in the gap. They got Timmy first as that knock, now climbing onto the rocks to take on to height. Verhoso with this flatline is looking terrifying.
He's going to change up the angle and double peek from the other side. Zap, though, helps him trade. Beautiful play coming out from TSM to knock out Not Moist.
Verholz is standing on business. He looks upset with the way he was able to take that fight just as quickly. TSM on that north side don't have to worry about a third party. They can even get a ring console if they want, if they haven't gotten the one by Survey Camp. So before they start rotating from that north side, they can expect to see so many more of these other teams that are going to be waiting for them by that northern Monument choke.
Yeah, having that survey beacon is going to be incredibly strong for them to know, hey, what's playable? And eventually, if they note that the rocks there on the western side of Monument are free, they're going to be able to rotate into that. Bleed Esports are going to be busy keeping the western edge cleared for themselves. So that is a huge point for TSM to be able to rotate into. As we take a look all the way down here at Lava Siphon, looks like we do have two teams. It's going to be Elevate versus Fluffy Aimers, as Elevate now putting on the pressure. The Hemlock shot's not quite connecting for Slayer there, but he does enough damage to force them back and even force out some utility on the other side.
There's still EEC around the corner here too. While they do want to commit to this engagement, they're just looking on to see where they can cut them off on that rotate. As you can see the mini-map and the amount of teams coming out of Monument side, but specifically where Elevate are trying to gatekeep Fluffy Aimers, and EEC are the only team on that north side above them on top of Harvester.
Elevate have time to work with here. They're not really under that much pressure to try and force this fight. And that does actually successfully force back EEC. They still have to actually worry about their back at the very least, but it looks like Fluffy Gamers are going to give them a wide berth and completely avoid that one out. So Elevate now have their options in how they want to try and approach this. They can come in from the Harvester's choke, or they can wrap all the way towards that Lava Siphon choke and then work in from the Fragment side. But honestly, I think it is better just to take it from the south here.
How are they going to try to approach going into this too? They would be actually crazy thinking about the teams that have been able to get a dub on board. More than one thinking about board. What if they're the first team to get a bonus point, Jamerson? That would be absolutely insane. First though, Team Falcons. A team that has been absolutely fragging out, having no issue getting this KP, waiting patiently on the edge of this mountain, awaiting the other squads to start rotating into them for a final circle.
Yeah, CCE actually give them the space to be able to move out from that caravan and instead take the rocks. This is a very hard pull into the tunnel line between Landslide and a Monument. For LG, though, they have been having a rough day. They need 2 good games in a row if they want to catch up at this point. But now they have to deal with the pileup of teams over here on the Monument and Fragment side.
Coming in 12, now going to be able to rotate on the outskirts of Monument. Talk about the pileup. They're about to be met with Board, Spacestation, KCP, Yup, NGNL, Weave. They're all on that Monument Fragment west side, while Complexity have taken their time to rotate. Nice shots coming in from Zap. Gets that crack with the Hemlock, but diverting his attention from behind to make sure that no other teams are trying to look to ease their way in for a third party.
Solid rotate coming out from TSM after taking that team fight win over at Epicenter up against Moist. They got that man scan and realized, yep, we've got all this space to work with. So many teams prioritize getting into a building, into Monument, leaving this free, as Bleed Esports, like I had mentioned, have to be worried about their back, so they can't even play this side until super late. So TSM now gifted, or well, find themselves in an extremely strong spot. They do have Falcons off to their south, but that is not a concern for TSM yet. They need to deal with Bleed first.
They could find an option here with Bleed coming up on the choke. Inching forward, they'll have the Evo Shield disadvantage, having full blue Evos, while TSM believe rocking the purple. Well, I am looking at that gold extended energy mag, looking fantastic on the Havoc, but no turbo. Before looking to their backs to make sure that if they do indeed take this fight, will this be a safe fight for them? Because Most Hated is currently still by Landslide to see if they could inch towards where CCE have been holding down that tunnel.
Yeah, Bleed just want to keep holding their back at this point to try and force Most Hated into CCE, and that'll allow them to have an isolated fight up against TSM. Still, though, here on the south side of the map, Fluffy Gamers are still trying to navigate this rotate out. Now Elevate as well, rotating through the ring. This one is going to start hurting. It does look like they were able to pick up a few extra medkits at the very least, but this is forcing them into the choke where EEC is playing off of, but luckily for them, by that air burst in, and you hear it instantly. Beast of the Hunt is popped. McLovin's gonna charge forward, but now this is where they do need to slow it down. You have the man advantage, don't throw it away, heal up, and now finish them off.
Oh, he's definitely loving it after that nade toss. That is some free KP. Very unlucky placement from Zach, as he had just finally made it from outside the circle. Oh man, EEC, keep up the pressure. Elevate are trying to survive with this ring, taking the chunks out of their health, and they're gonna have to start moving in the next 30 seconds.
Taking back a look back over at the north side here, TSM versus Bleed Esports. You can see Reps playing anchor for his squad. He's got to be careful in that position. If Bleed decide to 3-man peek him, he can instantly get taken out. But it looks like TSM understand that most of their back is clear. So now they need to renew their focus onto Bleed. You can see the pull away from that tunnel site. It was never going to go there. Most teams were expecting this one. We've seen this multiple times, pulling to the western side of Monuments. I believe even TSM. Yeah, TSM played, I think, a top 4 out of the spot that Falcons were basically at. But this time around, it looks like they've learned their lesson. They're going to try and play from north-south.
Very similar to the action we saw actually in EMEA with a circle like this, where instead of where Team Falcons was sitting in, it was actually Nessie who decided to commit into getting the KP at the squads that were funneled outside of Monument. With Complexity now wrapping around, let's jump into a listen after losing out on Lou.
You gotta get these kills. He's stunned in zone.
Alright. He's right here, healing.
Oh! Jumped into the open arms of all the pressure, losing out on not only his Evo shield, but getting absolutely deleted with this health here too. Now Elevate with only Slayer alive, can't even find an angle. Elevate meet them right back to the lobby alongside Complexity, and there's 13 squads left. Presley may be joining him because he's in the same exact spot after getting scanned.
Oh, how the turntables for Fluffy Aimers. And remember, they were the ones that were getting gate kept by Elevate overall. Oh, the finger roll on the nade. He does narrowly miss out on that damage, but it looks like Fluffy Aimers will go down in 13th. And man, we are now down to 12 squads. Not too surprising here. This ring basically being recreated. We've seen this multiple times now across EMEA and North America. It's all up to Falcons now to try and hold out their southwest side. They've got CCE to contend with, while we have maybe 4-5 teams inside of Monument proper.
Oh, Most Hated has brute forced their way through that tunnel, while CCE had now relocated over to that south side with the Evo Harvester right to their back. But without really being in the fray. They're not in that next circle though, so in the next 20 seconds, they're gonna have to start rotating depending on whether they want to be in the line of sight of Weave, Team Falcons, or Most Hated, or even bank on the fact that Most Hated and Team Falcons will engage in a fight so that way they could be clear to rotate.
I'm trying to remember who was playing on the position that TSM currently are at. I want to say it was something like Yup. There was a Craver position on that rock that was giving them absolute hell, but it looks like they learned their lesson from that game playing off of that. Right now, though, it's Most Hated looking to try and walk their way on in, but it's up against 2 Watson compositions here on the south that are going to make it extremely difficult for them to have a free walk-in. You can see, looks like Verhulst keeping an eye on those Monument teams. That's a lot of kill points that they definitely want to get. Unfortunately for them, the next zone is in, and so those teams aren't forced to fight quite yet. Weave ends up getting eliminated here, bringing us down to 11 squads.
You mentioned TSM's rotation, and it's the smartest position to be in a circle like this when you know that your back has the ring right there. No one's going to contest you, and you can just look at all these other teams while Team Falcons are cleaning up what's in front of them. Most Hated are absolutely getting hated on because CCE are looking to sandwich them from the other side. The beams coming in from Zero to try to clean up what they can, but CCE are also taking a chunk out of Most Hated.
Yeah, it was nearly an impossible task for Most Hated to try and survive this rotate, having both CCE and Team Falcons basically set up with Watsons on either side of you. And they tried to split the difference in between both of them, but they got spotted out. So good eyes there coming out from Team Falcons, but they've got to be careful. Jen Burton, it's Reps that ends up getting the final shot onto him. This is the reversal of fortunes for TSM. Remember, they were on the opposite side of sniper fire from this position, but now they have turned it on their head. But Verhulst taking a lot of damage there is going to be forced back, and it looks like they won't be able to follow up on that. Let's go ahead and listen in with TSM now as they look to close out this game.
Jordan, I'm up here, Jordan. Can you angle them out?
Team mirrored. We just can't knock him mirrored, guys. Can we take space?
Yeah, I'm taking it. I'm trying to.
Yep, look over this.
They're in blue. We should look over this.
Coming to him.
Yeah. In the open.
I'm needing it.
Let him out, yep.
Throw Q on that.
Watch out.
Close.
Get close.
Watch out.
Play slow.
Look her left.
He's running away.
Got him.
Nice. Look left.
Someone look left, please.
We're safe here. We play this, right?
I get in.
Look for that. I'm looting real quick. Someone look, please.
I haven't looked for looting, all right?
I'm looking. I'm saving.
Solo down there.
The solo, yep.
I got knock.
Where's the solo?
We have all the space on the left here. It's so good.
Solo right here.
On
might wrap it
the
right.
left side.
Solo down here.
Falcons go down there. TSM were ultimately able to convert on that knock, but now we've got the pileup of teams here on the northern side. Board are there looking to get involved, find some KP for themselves, but it's currently LG just trying their best to survive, maneuvering around a lot of these fences, but they've got the top down drop down from SSG. Wizard Coin Board picking up so many of these kills.
Oh my, profiting after we saw Bleed fall down. This probably opens things up for Board to get into second place right here. But it is TSM that have height that are looking at the last two remaining teams that they have to deal with, which is Board and KCP. But they are kings of Pride Rock right now while playing to split their attention onto what is left at their feet.
KCP lose out on Deeds and Gent. Now it's all TSM to finish things all off and pick up all of the kill points along the way as well. It's a 3v1 to finish it all off, and TSM with an amazing performance here in game number 5. That wrap around to the north side, really showing their experience off of this ring pull, learning their lessons from the last time they experienced it, and playing the position that was winning in that game. TSM really, I mean, it sounds like they listened to what we were saying and how much flack we were giving them here, and they had a point to prove, and they definitely did it here.
Amazing. It's from that rotate from Climatizer as well to get into that position, like you mentioned, Jamerson, to wrap around and to be on that northern side, and then to prevent other teams from trying to rotate from that landslide choke was amazing. They knew at that point, everybody else that was stuck in Monument, they were not going to be fixated on TSM when they could be hugging the rocks for natural cover. They're going to be fixated on the other squads that are neighboring the buildings by Monument instead.
Yeah, and importantly, the simple fact that they were able to pick up so many kill points, the fights that they were able to fight, the isolated one at Epicenter up against Moist. Jayhawk, of course, was talking up Moist, saying they could be one of the best team fighting teams, and TSM made it look easy when they took that 3v3 up there. And of course, that macro call coming out from them as well, getting that zone 3 information along with that survey scan to note that free spot up on the north side of the zone. It was just perfect, masterful play coming out from TSM.
Can't wait to see how that actually impacts their overall standings, too. That probably elevates them within the top 3, because that was a very heavy KP game, like you mentioned, Jiverson. 10 KP, I'm pretty sure, by the end of that game. But also the call-out to when they wanted to take that fight versus Team Falcons to prevent them from resetting. 10 KP, 22 extra points, with KCP trailing right behind them with the 4 KP.
And importantly for Board, it's not the 3P quite yet. We're not getting Dia's bonus points for them, but they were extremely close. 3rd place overall with 4 kill points. It might be enough to almost take over 1st place from Team Falcons. We'll find out in just a moment, but man, what an impressive performance by some of our squads that we did count out, I think, early on.
Yeah, it's been incredible, actually, to just see the immediate turnaround. It really comes into question, like, even teams like Bleed that we saw go down a little earlier before Board, you know, Raven in his coaching definitely providing a team like Justice, while Board also very consistent. As we look at the second page, we did clean up a good amount of KP here for themselves with 6 KP.
That is absurd. Only securing that top 12 finish, unfortunately for them, but they could have converted that a little bit more if they had just survived. But that was a difficult rotate. You saw all the teams coming out from that southeast side. For TSM, this is their overall stats. Verhulst and Zap leading the charge. Reps, of course, always the consistent anchor in the back, opening things up. Remember, it was his snipe on to one of the board members there that allowed them to have a little bit more, excuse me, onto one of the Falcon members that allowed them to have the initiative in that fight and take the game-winning position.
What I loved was listening to their comms in that fight too, where we heard them actually assess that that was Team Falcons and the way that they were able to rotate while still looking at their back to make sure that no team was going to be able to escape through. And look at this, TSM are sitting right above Bleed with Board trailing right behind Falcons by 1 point.
This is absurdly close, and something about the middle of the split really brought our scorelines extremely close across both EMEA and NA, right? We had our first blowout where Falcons ended up winning with like a 90-point game. We had, of course, LG taking their 90-point day yesterday as well, but things kind of equalized out and became extremely close throughout most of our series. And now here we are once again. It's Team Falcons, Board, TSM, Bleed Esports, all within reach of each other. And honestly, Yup have an opportunity here as well. I mean, they're within, what, 13 points of Team Falcons. So there's a chance that Yup, with another victory here, could actually take the win on the day.
That'd be crazy. The fact that it's so close after the acts that we've seen from Falcons before and the dominating performance that they've put on has been so enjoyable. Even seeing teams like Board really stay consistent, even if they didn't win that third game here too, but winning 2 back-to-back nonetheless, and seeing other squads really come up on a week like this is very detrimental. But now with it being so close, Jamerson, this last game is going to mean everything for our squads.
Yeah, it is coming down to the wire again. We for both of our teams here, for Group A and for Group B, they only have one more match day after this. And so for those teams, Yup and Board, they know that they need to have an amazing performance here, and they both are really showing up. They are basically at the bottom, right, with Board in 26th place, Yup in 30th, and I think the other squads down there in 20th, teams like Elevate, Most Hated, they still have an opportunity, but right now it's all Board and Yup that I think that we're keeping an eye on.
So much on the line here, and we still have our final game to go, everyone. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this break, we got some more ALGS NA action for you. Welcome back, everyone. We are so excited to get into our last game here in North America. It's been a fantastic time to follow the teams that desperately need the success, Jamerson, because so far we're seeing the teams that were basically in the bottom of the barrel now really rising up with some changes.
Yeah, Team Yup and Team Board. I mean, Board are the closest, of course, right now, up against Team Falcons. The Yup have a chance themselves, only 13 points off from that first place position, but Team Falcons have been anything if not consistent throughout the day. I was talking about it earlier on about how they secure at least 5 kill points. That's their average, 5 kill points per game, and they have been keeping up that pace, and that kind of mid-game precision is really what keeps them basically amongst the top of the leaderboard. But this Board had a huge opportunity to go for the 3-peat. It was so extremely close.
It's just so crazy to see the stats across the board for a team like Falcons, where they haven't won a game, but they're still leading the entire pack, with Hal being the kill leader with 14 kills, 5.7k damage, and right behind him, it is Verhulst with 12 kills, 5.1k damage. I cannot make this up. With TSM taking that dub, that could also start elevating TSM going into that next game.
I do really want to talk about how it's a lot of TSM's preparation, right? Leading up to this weekend's games, I was watching Verhulst really studying a lot of tape, and I think what Talmadge is their coach now. He really drilled it into them. There was a lot of resistance from from Zap and from Refs where they didn't want to spend as much time because of how long they were preparing. They had double block days over and over again in terms of scrims. It was incredibly long, drawn out days, and no one really wants to watch extra tape at the end of the day, but Talmadge forced them down, put their head down, put the study in, and it is paying off for them finally here in match number 5.
Talmadge really coming through to really help piece together TSM and what they need to iron out here, especially trying to find that consistency. Going into match 6 though, I got my eyes still on board because imagine if we get that bonus point that we heard Sweet talking about in his interview yesterday, today for a team like Board would be absolutely crazy.
Yeah, because they need every single point that they can get. The 25 gets them a little comfortable, but getting the extra match point would definitely help them, especially heading into the final day of play for them. That means the margin of error would be a lot wider, right? So they can make a few more mistakes in match day number 6, but here they have to basically play immaculately every game. The last 3 games they have played so extremely well.
Let's see if they can replicate that going into our final game of the day. It's been wild to see the way that some of these circle pools have influenced the way that some of these teams have been able to rotate, such as what we just saw in that last game with TSM, opting to keep control over that north side of the circle pool once it was pulling towards that south train tracks tunnel side of Monument.
Yeah, I think what we've seen so far on World's Edge really goes to the importance of reviewing VODs, of looking back at how other teams played it. TSM learned their lesson. They were able to basically have a redo on that game, basically on number 5, and played it out perfectly. They saw the mistakes that they made, and they did not make them. They went for that north side wrap, and it paid off immensely for them throughout all of that. I think when you take a look at Board as well, they played all the last 3 zones basically textbook the right way all the way through.
Yeah, it's just the fact that Board has been playing into their strength while having a lackluster Stormpoint POI, still winning a game, and then being able to have an amazing rotation point going in from one side of World's Edge to the other. SkyWest obviously being a great POI, but still having to make that trek and then finding yourself uncontested after timing the fights that you were taking over at all the teams by Overlook. It's all about the timing that Board has really considered. In that last game, what happened to Board? Well, they were one of the squads that were funneled through Monument, where a lot of these teams are going to fall because they're so busy duking it out with one another that the teams that really come out on top are the squads that are not only out of the fray, but their backs are safe without any contention of another squad trying to wrap up behind them.
And there is a world where if they didn't end up losing out on one of their players on that rotate down, that they could have actually fought back up against TSM. It would have been much harder for TSM to get that win. Of course, they had a huge advantage. With the fact that they had so much space to play off of. They had the red, and along with all the extra utility they got off of the death boxes there on the south side. But there was a world where Board could have gotten the 3-peat, and it would have been an amazing way to do it if they had done it 3 games in a row as well.
That would have been insane. And, talking about the action that we've seen between these two groups and the last time they met up with each other, Falcons first place with TSM being in 11th, and then Falcons coming in again, getting second place with TSM still in 11th. So there has been a lot of those adjustments that you talked about, Jamerson, learning their lesson and how they want to rotate. Looking at the side-by-side comparison, though, between Team Falcons and Board thus far. Oh, are you kidding me? That 15.6 thousand damage in total for just today. 30 kills just today for a team that hasn't won a game yet.
And the crazy part is that they're actually bringing up their average, right? I said at the beginning of the day that they average 5 kills per game. Well, it was more like 4.79. I was rounding up. So right here after 5, they are getting closer and closer to that actual 5 kills per game. I don't know the exact map, but that is absolutely absurd. They did find themselves in a lot of rotations where they would, of course, have to pick up these kills. So when we saw the pileup on the Trident ring, when we were on Stormpoint, the pileup on the north side, they were successfully navigating that for the kill points, along with the no-name circle that we just got here on World's Edge in game number 4.
It's just the fact that you're seeing Board tying up really close with Team Falcons with 50 points, them be holding 51 points without even taking the dubs that Board have had. As we take a look at the final circles, once again, everyone, thank you so much for your patience, waiting to get into that lobby, but breaking down all the action thus far.
Yeah, man, it's been an amazing day, and honestly, the narrative itself is just so inspirational to see Board play out of their absolute minds. We haven't been able to talk about them at, that much or at length at all, but whatsoever, but they did a great job. I would say game number 3 here, which is where I think the momentum really shifted for Board, is possibly the only time where a lot of things kind of just went extremely right in their way and it wasn't completely them controlling and dictating the game. The fact that they were able to get Godrock here while a lot of teams kind of focused on getting the northern side, the armory along with these buildings here, leaving the Godrock free for them was possibly the only thing that was out of their control and that they actually took. But everything else, they've controlled, and they were able to basically dictate how the game played out.
Yeah, Board was basically like, for free? Like, they'll absolutely take that on the edge of the circle there, just served on the silver platter. And then this is the situation we were talking about before, when Falcons got third party, and then the fourth party came, and then we saw the fifth party from right on the other side. Once Fluff had committed here, Bleed scooping in some extra KP, not only from Team Falcons, but then allowing their backs to be opened up by the other squad that had now moved in. Bleed getting eliminated, and Board now walking in to third party at the best time.
Yeah, for them to have the position that they did as well, right? We were talking about in game number 3 that the God spot was basically left open for them. This is where they actually created the opportunities themselves. Came in from that northern wrap side, coming out from Epicenter, and then playing north-south. They had to move through teams like NRG, I believe TSM were in Overlook as well. SSG were rotating their way through that. And so Board had to clear that side for this victory. So this was one of the most controlled games for them.
As we welcome back Dia.
Thank you. This was and has been really great control from Board. And the thing that's really staggering about it, Jamerson, you touched on it a bit, is the way that they are using the tendencies of the Battle Royale in order to close out games. It's not a playstyle that we see succeed nearly as often here in North America, but looking back on their Stormpoint game, they're sitting on a rock where nobody's going to push them. They know that. In the same case, over in Overlook, they're playing underneath in the tunnel where, again, nobody is going to push them, and they have some nicely timed third parties, but it really just comes down to fundamentals of Battle Royales that Board have taken advantage of, Vicky.
Yeah, it's been really incredible to see how they've been also able to adjust on the fly with some of these circle pools and having to navigate around some of those rotates, but also from teams that really understood the assignment. They knew where they are in the overall standings, and they knew that now, after today, you have 2 more days to play before the regional final, where you could put yourself either to compete and win the regional final or to be within the top 11 that get invited into Split 2 playoffs.
It is really coming right down to that playoffs determination. You've always got regionals as, again, that outside hope. But Jamerson, we talked about not wanting to rely on those.
Yeah. Again, I think right now, just the simple fact that they're riding this momentum, that's all they're worried about. They're worried about one day at a time. They're not looking at, Pro League qualifiers, now looking at regional finals. They're looking at day to day. They need to be on top every single day. They're not worried about the future. They need to make sure that they're locked in here, and they are showing it. Board, I can't believe that they're having the performance that they're having right now, currently in 26th place overall in the leaderboard. If they can get the plus 25, if they can end the day with the first place and knocking down Falcon just a little peg, just a small peg, right, would also be a nice little thing in the on the side there. But if they can get the plus 25 and even secure some bonus points with another win here, that would be massive. I think that throws them puts them up into top 10 territory almost, maybe even into top 8.
And that is where you really start thinking about you going to LAN, you being able to make a performance there, which does require almost an entirely different skill set. LAN's so much about adaptation, whereas regional play, outside of the POI draft that has challenged a lot of players, typically does have a lot more variables that you can rely on day over day. Vicky, this is where I wonder, for those teams that are playing today, how much of an advantage they'll have over the rest of North America when it comes to getting at least one match day, the final round robin, in before the patch.
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, with now there being a huge patch that's going to completely change up how Bloodhound is incorporated into these legend comps. That's how we kept talking about the Seer earlier on in the broadcast. I wouldn't be surprised to welcome Seer into the meta. We've obviously been seeing Fuse already creep its way in, but I think that's going to be interesting because then you get to see the teams that are quickly able to adapt. It's not just about the POI drafts. It's also now being able to adjust yourself depending on the new legend compositions that we are going to be forced to see in that next set of those ALGS matches after that midseason patch.
You know, when we were talking about the patch notes earlier, Jamerson, I actually really wanted to get your read on this. We talked about the interaction between Input and Bangalore and how MNK players have really benefited from Bangalore's existence in the meta and might continue to. Do you see the patch notes as really sincerely changing the Bangalore pick rate?
I don't think Bangalore will get changed that much because there were also some indirect buffs to her. The simple fact that the 410 no longer actually sees through the smoke at range. I don't know why, but that's a thing. And you have to remember that Bangalore is picked for her wealth of utility, right? That smoke is great in the middle of fights, but you know that most of those smokes are typically being used to cover the person that's going for the scans, whether it be the ring console or the survey. So she provides that same utility without being nerfed too much. Because your other option is, if you're trying to keep your ring scanners or your survey beacon scanners safe, is possibly picking out a Gibraltar who currently is not in the greatest of states.
That's very true. Gibraltar still a ways back from coming back into the meta. You'll remember it well, especially when we had Gibraltar and Caustic in at the same time, as it seems like some members of EMEA are trying to bring back. We actually saw Cybercats running that too. Pretty decent success a couple of days ago, despite the fact that they may not have succeeded as much today.
What year is it if we see the double big boys comp coming right back in? But you know what would be absolutely thrilled if that does happen? Dupe, actually. So that would actually shift a lot overall because Dupe is an insane game. We've all recognized that. But that's what I mean. Like with some of these changes playing into some of the team strengths that we've seen, unless you're CCE, which in a case like that final circle, it worked out since they landed landslide. They were able to hold that tunnel side with the Rampart. The Sheilas were coming out guns blazing. It's still a very specific situation where these legend comps can work out, but it's the strengths that they were leaning onto with the Loba being part of that legend comp too.
Yeah, Loba Rampart is a really interesting addition. In CCE, they haven't had the best day today. And honestly, their run through the Apex Legends Pro League has been a difficult one, but CCE are taking this completely different read, and they are playing stylistically really heavy into snipers, which in this case, you know, I was thinking about the 4x10, the Digi threat on that getting removed, really perhaps hurting Trev stacks. Now, I do want to be clear with everyone, we are currently experiencing some server issues that are keeping us from starting the lobby for match 6, so we're working on getting it resolved. While we do, let's take a look at some of the best plays from Split 2 Pro League over recent weeks.
They're watching Edges, they're watching Furia, both teams hesitant to push up because of the crate, but watching them, and that's a double whammy!
Yeah, that'll get it done. You got a team who are trapped inside. If you can hit that knuckle cluster, you can get some damage down, then you can clean up these fights so quickly. It's time to swing in behind the gold knockdown. This should be LG being able to clean this one up, but no! Oh no! Oh no, no, no! Nano says no!
Man.
It's a light draw on your screen, so a light
This is the Split 1 playoffs, and this is Los Angeles. We have the 40 best teams from around the world, 120 of the greatest players to ever play the game, all fighting for their chance to win a LAN and to hold up that ALGS trophy. Every single one of these players have given everything they have for months to be up on the stage. Because this is ALGS.
A violet out of the sky for Reps. PK grabs the second, makes it a 2-pop, clutches it, but there's no way he hits that Sensi shot.
Nasky moves in there. He has to reload. It's fine though. He beats them both. He's just better. There's Yuka. Can he hit the braver shot? Micah, can he clutch it up right behind him? The melee.
Hacker swings through the smoke. Beast the Hunt is activated. He is farming.
Track back. Go to one. Follow that. Kill the bang.
I win it.
2 dead. 1.
Lying in wait, and we are just sending it. Sauce the IGL finds him, and here comes BR Demons for the fight of their lives, the cleanup crew.
To at least clear space. Yeah, nading. Oh my gosh, nade.
Longbow not going to be maybe the guns to use in this situation, but the Peacekeeper certainly is on the contest.
Something goes through. Is this really happening?
Shoot the goal, knockdown, shield comes back. Roller in hand. He can do it. Cloud9 are down.
3 days ago, we started with 120 of the greatest players from 6 different regions from around the world, and now we're down to just 60. Their journey started back in January, and this is everything that they've been fighting for right now. Only one team will be crowned our newest ALGS LAN winner, but all 20 teams will be fighting for their share of $1 million.
And the question that everybody had coming into this week, can anybody dethrone the dynasties?
Boys, but here comes Legend Gaming. And remember, can they get the final kills? Yes, they can, but sadly, there is always one more, and it's Cloud9.
But this is just opening the door for VP to come in. Shockey's return to the finals.
You see the pink here. He's trying to heal up. He gets a one-shot. The Design goes knocked. I mean, they found the crevice, but right now they knew that they weren't going to win in their positioning because they were pinched. TSM get eliminated and recheck. Winity, clean up shot. They drop down. Knowing to fully swing it onto them. The trade though, as Zyno gets a knock onto Slayer. Frex is the last one alive. He gets a knock afterwards. And LG.
To talk about Dark Zero again, we're talking about a match point teams. This could be their opportunity to hit match point here.
Maybe one more placement is all Rejectquinity need so far. And there we go, as Serenity and Dark Zero eliminated, Rejectquinity will cross that threshold.
2 teams already at match point, but we need to get that dub. They think they're safe, but they're waiting for them. They're waiting for them. The jump from Elevate to catch match pointing Dark Zero off guard. No banner for you.
They don't make match point. Elevate come in.
And Elevate from 0 to 100.
Fnatic have moved up to match point here, but that might be it for them in this game. Zero goes down to Coinfall.
Legends may have saved the day.
And now they're pushing down to keep it going.
Following up with Gems, the last one alive. Legends try to fully send it. It's up to them, but they take out Dark Zero.
The full 307 are back up, and they're going to send it in. Nasky stands up.
No way.
Living! Minus! Go again! Stand!
Here come SSG!
SSG to deny Dark Zero the chance of victory. Rejectquinity now getting involved.
They want to clear out this side. They see kills available. They see an opportunity to clear out SSG and take control of this side of zone.
5 remain. Fnatic still alive and still approaching from the south here. And Aurora just lost one of their rotation. It might be 2. It could be all 3. And another match point team goes down.
Fnatic are thinking the same thing at the moment, trying to get Leica back to his feet, but Yuka F will go down as well.
Yeah, on us, right here. Inting. In barrels.
07 eliminate, but it's all up to Waltzy now. Fnatic will go down. No, not much will fall as well. We're down to 6 squads.
But it's disguised and they're fighting up against another match point team, but Reject Winity have the extra player.
They have 2 down. They just need to find the third. It's going to be Disguise down as well. They took that fight a little bit earlier. They win the fight against DSG, and now it's about winning one more.
Look at C9. Look at the position Serenity are in. Everything falling into place. Reject Winity are just going to watch this unfold in front of their very eyes. Surely it's going to be the moment for APAC North here.
Biding their time, waiting for their moment. As all of Reject Winity find themselves at Red Evos. It's a massive moment for Apex. It's a huge moment for APAC North.
It will be Reject Winity that will ring around this arena, that will ring around the Apex scene.
Put your hands together for your winners of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. Reject Winity.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Apex Legends Global Series. I want to take a moment, although we've already taken a big one, and thank you for your patience. We've been working hard, and not just us, but the team behind the scenes to make sure that the broadcast is able to run, and importantly, the players are able to play, because that is what you're here to see. So, really big thank you to everyone for taking a little bit of a breather, appreciating the air, and likely what happened in Split 2 so far. We do have a game to get going. Vicky and Jamerson, it is in fact happening, so I'm going to toss you guys in to match number 6.
Thank you so much, Dia. I know everybody has been waiting, anticipating what this final game is going to look like. I mean, I've been super excited. I cannot wait to see how this all plays out, but especially making sure that all of our teams can load into this final game.
Yeah, there's a lot of momentum going into this final game, and so it's always a bother, of course, when we have a delay like that. Unfortunately, sometimes it is out of control, and unfortunately enough, we did have people ready and available to restart the servers. They have to full on restart the physical servers, get it all done and dusted, but here we are heading into game number 6. We are on board with TSM. What a monstrous game number 5.
Getting started here with TSM coming hot from that previous game. We talked about the passion that was being told through Verhol's comms with the rest of TSM to see what they have to do to really work into those changes that you mentioned, Jamerson, actually going into that last circle that we just saw on Monument.
Yeah, it was that tape, but of course coming out from that climatizer side gave them a little bit more priority to fight out of there. And I think right now for TSM, this could be a really big turning point for them. I feel like something's changed in the way that they're calming, and the way that they're reading the zones. They have been really impressive, especially after the last game. And they might have to recreate it. This one is a little bit different from the zone that we had in game number 5. This one is pulling a little bit further north. There's a chance it goes into Skyhook. There's a chance that it falls on the beacon building there on the train tracks northwest of Monument.
Well, that's an OG final circle that we've seen so many times before in the past, but it would benefit the likes of CCE if they are able to rotate there quicker with their current legend composition, with the Rampart, with the Loba. But look who's trying to race them there right now, who's about to meet them at the choke. It's going to be KCP.
Yeah, CCE, they have been caught out on these white armor rotates before, so they have to be cautious in this approach. They haven't been able to string together too many great games, but they still at least get points on the board. A win here could propel them up into what, top 6, 7 in the lobby? It's so close amongst the top 5 in terms of groupings and points there, so anything is possible.
Apparently, we actually had a very similar circle to this in APAC North. Day 6, game number 5. We're tanking kind of like a roundabout rotation here. Ty actually navigating right through the landside side to get to Grandma's house before meeting up with Satuchi Sparks that were coming in from Skyhook, looks like. And this is the red part that we knew that was coming when it comes to contesting for that Grandma's house. I like the effort here, but settling down there also very early with so many other teams in the area knowing where that circle is going to be pulling could also be a little tricky to hold down.
Yeah, without Watson, it's really difficult to play that platform. Usually you're able to play a lot more space with the perimeter security. Just hunkering inside of the caravan is not going to be enough. So this is going to be difficult. I mean, we've seen how strong Fuse is in terms of griefing doors. Well, Sheila makes short work of them.
Say goodbye to your doors. Any extra cover, making sure that you could sit pretty with Sheila ready to go as a catwall already used up here. Actually, Kashubi is so low and they are running away from Team Falcons who are looking to get aggressive.
And they will go ahead and bide their time, though. They know that multiple teams are in the area right now. Zero, I don't know if he commits onto this. He will actually go ahead and take that balloon, but Jenburton has taken so much damage in the sky now. This is going to be a difficult landing. Luckily for them, it's Zero leading the charge, so he'll be able to throw down the smokes for his squad to provide a little extra coverage. And it looks like Falcons, off that risky rotate, will make their way into Countdown.
Some actual correct moves out here where they want to prioritize their rotate and fly over not one but two other teams here too, while prioritizing that pressure that they put on earlier to be able to get on the edge of this Countdown circle. They were getting shot at by another team in Countdown. Do believe that's most hated, so trying to take a look at how they're going to approach that next fight.
We got an assault bin to pick up too. They can utilize the replicator to top off their economy. So this is going to be a nice little pit stop for them. If they see that there's too much presence of teams here on the western side. They do have the option to wrap around over towards Skyhook, but I think they'll be happy to play off that car, basically on the landslide portion of that choke. For Complexity, though, they've made their way into landslide. Will go ahead and back away off of this one. They've got that height disadvantage and they don't want to deal with it here, so they'll choose a different way to approach this, or at least bide their time.
And looking at loot, maybe also ammo disadvantage here, although they could split some of that loot here depending on how they want to approach this from the tunnel side. Being at the position disadvantage, though, allows them to decide whether they want to keep committing to going from this landside side, or if they want to wrap around north side of Harvester through that choke that EEC are looking at.
Are going for the balloon instead. We'll see which direction they take it. So they're going to go ahead and wrap around all the way toward that Harvester choke instead. Okay, they want to get priority on it. They're worried that other teams might slow rotate towards this side, and that does actually end up benefiting them. So a bit of utility used, but priority gained at the very least now, moving through a free choke here and make their way from building to building through Monument to get closer into the center of this zone.
Yeah, definitely good on timing. We talked about EEC to look at, honestly, and they actually ended up going the opposite side. Well, NRG are looking to take Grandma's house currently. Team Falcon also right on top of this building, but claiming the building that we saw CCE currently sitting in with those rampart walls.
I don't know how Falcons did it. I thought they would maybe wait a little bit here, but they decided to go deep into the zone, able to bypass Pioneers, and I believe there was Weave or Empire in the way. And now they're actually trying to maybe make a play for the inside of the garage, but no. They're going to play this one safer, play off of Jet Burton's economy here with that pylon down. And honestly, for the time being, this is a relatively safe space. You know that you've got CCE above you. With the kind of presence that CCE can put down with that Sheila, they keep your east free. They do have to worry about the rotates in from the south, though, but this is still early on. We have almost all of our teams alive here, so this is a position that Falcons can survive off of for some time.
Yeah, they can wait patiently in here, coexist with the other teams neighboring them right now. As you can see, other teams with those Watson fences aligning themselves by the chokes to prevent more of these squads that are going to be coming from the west side of this map into where if they want to rotate from the north side by a Skyhook, or if they have to rotate from the south side closer to where Bleed is looking at.
Ooh, the next zone pulling up north. TSM have been able to put themselves into that tunnel off of that climatizer priority. Rotate in for them. NRG will go ahead and play that choke coming out from the Skyhook side. We do have few teams rotating in there, and it looks like Yup are looking to rotate that way as well. So NRG are not going to be happy about a huge pileup now starting to form here on the northwest side. Unless they do have control over that sniper post, but no one's actually playing that position right now to try and snipe away some free kill points. They're playing it a little bit more conservatively, basically at the mouth end of that south end, excuse me, of that tunnel. As Complexity have made their way into epicenter, but there's a fight ahead of them.
Yeah, that's gonna be Oxygen Esports waiting for them. A huge damage coming on top of Monsoon and Kimchi Lee with 20 squads left and that bangle already being used up. Lou is so close to getting the Beast of the Hunt. They do have height. They need to take advantage of this positioning.
Oh, great damage out from Lou, but knock almost another crack there onto the blue armors as they have reset. Now they've got the tempo in this fight, but the smoke is slowing them down. Monsoon backs away to heal up. Complexity have to be careful in this fight. Know that there are more teams rotating in from the southeast side, and with how long this fight is taking, they know that they are on a timer.
Do you commit to this with fluffy aimers also aiming at you right now? It's not going to be very fluffy for them here to deal with the catwall being called in, but at least it could slow things down for Complexity to try to take this fight versus Oxygen. Still lasting quite some time. See the Survey Beacon being scanned out in the distance, letting them know the fight that is also happening here, working around the catalyst spikes, seeing if they can take a different off angle, but exposing themselves is Frex now out of the fight just to pop that shield cell.
And Monsoon's the first one to go down in this fight. Oxygen now have the tempo advantage as they charge forward. They've taken away that height angle. They will just go ahead and secure another kill onto Lou along with that thirst. Unfortunate for Complexity as they were working their way up here on the eastern side of the map, but Oxygen were waiting in wait for it. Now they can deal with the other threats coming in from the southern side.
falling apart though. Complexity don't have a support legend like we've seen from Elevate with Luxford being on that lifeline. So now it's going to be the fight for maybe getting those banners if you can. I don't expect Oxygen though to give up this high ground at all, especially since they are in that circle. They're trying to now find that last straggler that is left for Complexity to see if they are able to get him here in Epi as they are above him. They swap places now where they're the ones on the high ground.
And Monsoon finally getting thirsted there, so they will secure 2 kill points for themselves. For Oxygen, it's so incredibly important to actually hold down this epicenter side. That gives them a path to actually walk in from the north if they can maneuver a little bit further in there. But we do have multiple teams now starting to converge. EEC actually being one of them, wrapping through the zone right now, and I think might have spotted out the last member of Complexity there. Kimchi punishing him for that, and now this could be a huge blunder for EEC. Luckily for them, they do finish him off before McLovin gets thirsted, but they need to be able to knock him in. You can't do that uphill. So a lot of time wasted to try and get the pickup, and McLovin is actually just going to bleed out.
Oh, and now it's just going to be free here for Oxygen just to waltz right in, yeet the nade over in their direction to clean up what is left of EEC, who have put themselves in a pretty terrible spot. Look at this. Yes, they got the purple, but they have little to no health going down to the ring.
Danny is the only one standing for EEC now. This was a long projected fight for Oxygen, ultimately up against Complexity. Now they're gifted a few more kill points. We'll see if they can find that last player. Vayne has to go for that armor swap just to stay alive through this Bangalore ulti. Slides down and avoids actually a lot of damage here. Will he fall?
Ooh, you know he's gonna be able to clutch, but he needs some suppressed fire. He is hugging the side of the ice here while more teams make their way to show their presence here for this fight. You mentioned, yup, that we're looking at them from survey. They're not gonna get involved, but Fluffy Aimers absolutely have been looking at this fight since the very beginning between Complexity and Oxygen and are now rotating from the outskirts of the circle.
30 seconds to work with. They are on a slower side of the zone. Aiden gets absolutely melted. The Fluffy Aimers out from the zone, punishing them here. Oxygen try to buy some space, try to fall back, but Vayne will be the next one to fall. It's only up to Frexes here, who's going to throw out a desperation rolling thunder just to hope to even pick up some kill points, but now he's going to be forced to rat this one out.
Literally getting jumped from the circle. Are you kidding me? With Fluffy Aimers waiting patiently just to pounce, getting that knock, getting that finisher, and now are going to be approaching from the high ground side of Epi. They completely were able to get that knock, but Oxygen get to still survive and see another day for now.
We'll see if they can recover. For Board, though, oh no, they've lost out on AO. It's all up to MJ and Wizard Coin. And possibly secure this banner. They might have some space, actually. You can see, there it is. They're gonna go and I think just leave his body at this point. Unfortunately for them, they're getting wrapped from behind. Bleed Esports are coming in. They're gate kept by Moist. Maybe Wizard Coin can make a miracle play. No, never mind. It's both of them going straight on into that choke point. And I believe NRG are still in position for this.
In shambles, and they saw Energy right in front of them, but they're gonna get pinched. If they don't commit to moving forward, it's not Moist that are right behind them, and TSM, who are profiting off of that north position on the train tracks that you noted. Nice little crevice here to hang out underneath the truck, but you can't stay here for so long.
Yeah, and they have to worry about NRG peeking them. Moist, of course, tracking them down. TSM, like you mentioned, playing off the train tunnel there. They've got 1 minute and 10 seconds to try and survive. They need whatever points that can salvage out of this game right now. Weave, though, in a fight over at the landslide choke. We've already found one kill. Carter going for that full reset with the bat now. So playing this one extremely safe.
No way. Through the smokes, through the catwalk here, they finally get the last member of LG. Sorry, Sweet. Sent right back to the lobby, not having the best day here, while Weave, playing off the crates here, are looking at KCP.
It's very unfortunate. Bleed lose out on a member in this fight too, so it looks like a possible third party for Weave getting involved in this fight as Bleed were trying to play off of, I think, the vault tunnel there, the scan out, and they're the final remaining players in the corner right now. They've got all three up, they've got the full reset, and they will finish off KCP and now have an easier walk in here from the southwest side of the zone. They still have their work cut out for them because, of course, we mentioned Falcons playing off of the garage along with CCE. looking to gatekeep any teams coming in from that southeast or southwest side.
It's the fact that now Bleed Esports as a solo, so much chaos in different parts of World's Edge right now, while now Bleed as a solo try to rotate from that north side. Weave are going to walk in through that choke that you mentioned that Falcons are coexisting with CCE in, but the circle is completely shifting closer to where Spacestation was sitting in. Board still alive as a duo, but they are moving around all these nades.
And I think TSM are trying to maneuver around throughout all of this, so it creates a lot of space for Moist to be able to walk up and finish them off. That is Board getting taken out here. And unfortunately, they weren't able to carry the momentum into the final game of the day. We'll see, though, where they end up on the overall leaderboards. Teams now pushing out. That's TSM coming out from the train tunnel. NRG swerving to avoid that fight as TSM go for the peek out now. They've got Moist underneath them there on the left. They've picked up 2 kills. Fun going down as well. TSM are starting to farm the north side.
Energy get eliminated in your feast. 10 squads left, and TSM are looking to keep up their domination. They have not been iced out yet, despite the EMP to the servers. Instead, they are looking to hold forward. Look at Verholz, look at his positioning, and it is Duke. On the other side, after they were able to take care of NRG right here too, they're now able to hug the rock away from the line of sight of TSM.
Falcons are coming in for the flank, though. Hal takes a lot of damage there as he makes first contact. Jen Burton, though, throws down that generator for his squad. Zap falls. It's going to be aces this time to help out TSM, getting the knock onto Imperial Hal, but they've got the smoke coverage. They've got the Watson Gen down, and they go for that reset to get him back on up. Jen Burton, though, tries to play forward for his squad, and he does buy enough space for them to get the reset onto Hal.
Oh my, and playing around the Gen here too for some extra makeshift cover with the amount of teams looking at them, having that nice slip to now reset here. Yup, are on the other side of Falcons. CCE, they could see an opportunity to maybe inch forward. They don't have all that information. They're gonna have to show their face, and that's exactly what Team Falcons are looking out for.
How many ultic cells were they able to get off these bodies? How many was Jen Burn actually able to hold on to with that passive for Watson? It looks like at the very least 1, and they're gonna need this Beast of the Hunt to try and walk in. As you can see, TSM now just ratting this one out. It's all up to Evan to try and secure as many points as possible. Elevate as well. Zach Mazer right underneath them. It's Rat v Rat. Evan doesn't want any part of that, will back away, but that leaves him vulnerable now to CCE running in from the western side.
Ain't no way that Zach Mazer and Verholz right now are playing ring around the rosy as Rats around that one crate for some extra cover. Falcons now closing the distance though. Huge damage pressure though as Zero closes in that space with the bang ult. They have to move forward. They are stuck against the circle. They get eliminated in 8th. CCE meet them right back in the lobby, and look who is still alive. Verholz on the other side with Fluffy Aimers taking the high ground.
The Rats are still alive here. You can see Zach Mazer on the other side of the blue bins will smoke himself off as Verholz is trying to buy as much time as possible. But it's Weave and SSG that are there. Verholz gets spotted out. Zach Mazer survives. And now with TSM gone, who's in the power position? NGNL, I think, are also ratting this one out. It's Fluffy Aimers who are able to maneuver out from Epicenter now, taking the high ground off the banners, off this rock. An incredibly strong position for them.
Sitting in 11th place overall and looking at the entire competition below their feet. Spacestation in the safety of this truck for now, working into the catalyst to bunker down here, but still while trying to clean up some KP because they literally only have 1 kill so far.
Yeah, they took this position early on and really didn't have too many opportunities. Like we said, they didn't have the Watson, so they can't play big, but they can't push out here. And I think that was another rat they spotted out. But for the simple fact that they have Fluffy Aimers to their top, they can't go too aggressive here. They want to pick up the kill points. They're just not able to right now.
This final game and winning a dub would be huge for Fluffy Aimers since they're sitting in 20th place on the cusp within North America in the overall standings. We have to see how they play this right now as Spacestation inching forward, final circle closing in right behind them, and Fluffy Aimers are the ones on height.
Are going to slowly lose ground there and drop down, but their priority on this zone is incredibly strong. You can see SSG backing away. They needed to top off their coffers. They started this position so early on. Their economy was suffering for it, but now that they've made it here, there is a reasonable expectation to believe that they can actually win out this game. They spotted out, I believe, Zach Mazer still alive for Elevate there on the northern side, but again, can't push out too far because of the ever-looming threat of Fluffy Aimers above them.
I can't believe he is still alive here in a circle like this. If anything, Yup are in the prime positioning, looking at Space Station and Fluffy Aimers, looking at both sides of the rock, playing off the natural cover. EA finally get eliminated. Zach is gone. Our last 3 squads left here between Space Station, Fluffy Aimers get deleted. It is Space Station 3v3 versus Yup.
Can Yup take 2 victories on the day? They do have the armor advantage. It's red versus the purples of SSG, and it's the height advantage for Yup here as they pop that Beast of the Hunt. Osivian up top now. They do have to contend with that wall, but it has just fallen now. They've got the utility. They're going to go for that drop down, but Duplex is the first to fall. He does trade away 1 for 1 at the very least. Now through the smoke, Osivian is trying his best, but he doesn't have the perfect scope for this. There it is, the knock on to Phony, bringing this down to a 2v1, and Yup might do it. They get a second win and finish off the day with a huge victory for them.
Sitting on the edge of my seat, I was getting a little nervous watching them play off the cold knockdown, but Yup in the better position, coming through to take the dub. Lo and behold, they won game 2 on Storm Point just to end the day winning the last game on World's Edge.
That is absolutely absurd. 2 of our teams here in the top, Yup and Board, starting off the day in the overall leaderboard in 30th place for Yup and 26th for Board overall. And now both of them are able to leapfrog basically, 15 teams on their way to the top here. This is absolutely insane.
You can imagine what that's going to do with how tight that overall standings was while we looked at everything before diving into that last game, Jamerson. I would not be surprised if that dub and the KP that they were able to get at the very end was more than enough to put them in first place.
And if it is, that leaves their margin of error on the final day actually much more comfortable. If they get the plus 25, I believe that would put them at 38 points overall. The bubble at the beginning of the day was around 42 for top 12. So this does bolster their chances.
Wow, that is insane to see how some of these teams that we really weren't expecting to make the come up. And the last time we saw these groups, it was very shifted around in a way that we just were not expecting the squads to come out on top with a dub. I gotta bring back Dia in here to break down the action because Yup, they do it again, and I cannot believe it. But they have definitely changed their approach into those zones.
My oh my, Vicky. Isn't that the 30th place team coming into the final round, right? Isn't that the team that literally could not drop a spot further down, coming out and beating potentially one of the, even being in the conversation for beating the best team in North America? It's wild that we're seeing Yup rise to this level of success after a season that has been fraught with difficulty, and especially Jamerson. Without anything really changing, we're about to go into a huge overhaul mid-season, and Yup seem to have done that to their gameplay all by themselves.
Yeah, I mean, like you had mentioned, they were in 30th place. When you're in 30th place, there's literally nowhere else for you to go but up, and they did it in spectacular fashion. Also shouting out Board, we were talking about it all day long. Both of these teams showing up when they needed to. It was Yup taking an 8-kill game, along with that plus 12. That really bolstered their shot at possibly taking first place. We saw Falcons going down there, you can see, with only 2 placement points and only 3 kill points to their name. So there is a world where Yup might have actually taken first.
It's so ridiculously close, and we are going to get those leaderboards tabulated on the back end. But before we take a look at the overall scores, we are going to look a bit further down the leaderboard. It's important to note that Elevate did manage to make top 4 here and clinch 10 points in the process, which should significantly boost their standing of the overall leaderboards for today, where teams like Board that we had our eyes on did manage to get 2 points, which should actually keep them in the conversation among the top squads, albeit falling a bit further down than they might otherwise have imagined. LG, a big surprise, I think, on the day, Vicky. I've seen them in the bottom 10 more often than I would have expected.
Yeah, especially having the strong games that they had after yesterday's performance on World's Edge. As we take a look, oh my gosh. A point difference between Yup and TSM. That doubles everything for a team that is in dead last in North America to take first place for the day.
To grab just a bit of hyperbole here as we look at the overall leaderboards. Team Falcons got first in the first matchup of this group, second in the second matchup of this group, and third in the third matchup of this group. Are they washed? Answers point to yes. Board do come in right underneath them, which I am very happy to see. And Bleed as well, with a very similar story to Yup, albeit having recently been signed, and congratulations to them, by Bleed Esports, also popping into the conversation in top 5, though this Jamerson doesn't come as nearly as big of a surprise as Yup topping the leaderboards.
This is absurd how extremely close it was amongst our top 4. Take a look at the difference between Yup and Board. It's 6 points. If Board could have survived a little bit longer, if they didn't end up losing out on their third on that rotate through Skyhook, there was a world where they could have lasted and possibly secured 6 more points, but Yup did a damn good job on their rotate, coming out, I believe, from the tree side to make it all the way up north like that. The urgency in their rotate must have been absolutely immense. Wow, what a story for the day.
And it just boosts them by so much, especially in the league standings. This is Yup trying to avoid relegation, perhaps make it to land, but even that seems so far away. Let's take a look back at how we got here, because with our last 3 games on World's Edge, the final circles were on fire. Vicky, we started this whole thing off with a Board win, and it was anything but boring as they managed to emerge from the bottom of Overlook and take the game.
They played out of their minds today, aside from winning game 3, coming through with a dub for game number 4, but it was their timing and rotations that actually allowed them to benefit not only off of the dub, but getting the KP here too. You see Bleed taking this fight, trying to get the dirty, because look who was right behind them. It was no other than Board looking at Not Moist and Empire fight it out, even with a nice Kraber shot to open up this fight. Arc, with these wall bounces, trying to get into position, cannot protect themselves from the third party that was Board coming in right behind them in game 4.
A lot of our teams playing really well here as well. Moist rotated a far ways through Overlook and actually were with Board for the majority of the game. But again, that nicely timed third party makes all the difference, and Board with clinical Apex Legends end up taking the first game. Match 5 is where things turned around, and this, as a bit of an anomaly, Jamerson, was the first time that a team in the top 10, in fact, the only time that a team within the top 10 in the league won a game at all today.
Yeah, that's kind of absurd. But it does, of course, come down to the simple fact that Yup and Board were both playing out of their minds here from the bottom positions. This was just the masterclass, though, coming out from TSM, learning their lessons from a very similar zone that they had not too long ago, and basically utilizing what they learned from that game to perfection. Of course, though, you do have to shout out Reps for hitting a monstrous shot, I think, onto Jen Burn to open things up for TSM to really be able to utilize that advantage and, of course, take the win.
And control the height, ridiculously important in a zone like this, and you can tell exactly when TSM know they've won, because it's when they give it up. And when we think about high ground, we really did go up quite high even towards the end, with Yup retaining high ground for so long over by Grandma's house. There's not very much high ground to play around here, and yet these teams managed to do it. Yup do take out Fluffy Aimers, who were the only other contenders for being able to take one of these rock structures emerging from the ground, but it comes down to a 3v3 up against SSG. And Vicky, it's really impressive to me that we're not only talking about Yup and Board winning games, but winning team fights, 3v3s up against teams that are some of the best fighting squads in Apex Legends. SSG absolutely heralded as one of those.
That's why I was still a little nervous by the end of this fight. With the ring closing in, playing off that gold knockdown would have been crazy if that ring didn't provide some of the extra pressure that was there. But with Yup taking that dub and holding that position was everything in getting the win, because they had the least amount of teams contesting them on that side for the final zone.
Now, fear not, Falcons fans. You still have the top spot. You haven't moved at all, and you're doing just fine. Remember, Team Falcons could, if it was even possible, go negative and still make land, even as they do not top the leaderboards today. It's no question they're going to be topping the North American ones. LG actually hold on to their position as well, but it's TSM that really make the jump up in the top 10, making it now to third. It has been a roller coaster of a season for them, Jamerson, and they may be hitting their peak at the right time.
I'm glad to see the improvements coming out from them. I mean, the simple fact that I was able to witness their VOD review, see what they learned, and then apply it here is also just an amazing thing to see happen right before my eyes, quite literally here. So I'm really happy that TSM were able to make these improvements so far. Also, you were mentioning SKD getting picked up by Bleed Esports, and since then, they have definitely been performing well, moving up 2 spots themselves, now finding themselves in 5th place, just a few points off from that 3-way tie that is currently in 2nd place.
Keep your eyes on teams like Liquid Alienware and Furia in future days as well, since these two are in the top 10, but have the disadvantage of a singular match day. So it's entirely possible we see them moving up the standings, as so much of the middle of the pack did. Our top 10 really barely changed at all, but looking at teams like we've NGNL, who jumped 7th place, and check out the team in 14th across the league, Board, making it all the way up here, jumping 12 spots in a single day, Vicky.
They were in 26, and after today, they are a completely different team. This is very possible, being in this top 20, that Board could squeeze their way into Split 2 playoffs. That would be absolutely insane. What a comeback story for a lot of the squads that we saw perform today.
EA managed to move their way out of the relegation zone. They're still in a bit of danger, but let's take a look a little bit further down. Those squads that are in the relegation zone, and it's Yup that is just barely avoiding it again. The jump from 30th place up 9 spots has just put Yup out of that position where you are really worried about having to fight for your spot again come next season. Temper are at that cutoff right now. The bottom 8 squads really the ones most in danger, and it should surprise everyone, although they'll have a chance to fight back, that teams like DSG are here. From almost winning an international title, DSG are in the same category as Yup right now, and it is really surprising to watch that happen over a very short amount of time. But I want to give some love to our squads and to the players, the teams that performed the best. I'm going to start things off with our MVP. This match, it was a really difficult choice to actually pick an MVP because we did have Falcons going pretty crazy. I was really liking what we saw out of Yup and Board. And ultimately, it really came down to the fact that Yup, with their performance, were able to make great calls and ultimately take the day. It is Duplex who we're relying on as the anchor for and huge voice of the squad to take Yup to these kinds of victories. And from Catalyst to Watson, able to claim victory across multiple maps, I had to give it to somebody who's not only putting up great numbers, but clearly able to navigate the squad and team fights in such a fantastic way as to make such a big difference in their performance. Of course, Prodigy, with the final clutch up, does make things look good, but you know him, you love him. Dupe takes the MVP with 4.3k damage over the course of the day, and a lot to be proud of over these 6 games. Yup, real story of a come up. In this particular case, 0 to hero as they came out today, again, from the very bottom of the barrel. Really impressed with that. However, I've been talking about Board for a while, and I love what Yup gave us. I want to talk to Board about their rise up. We've got an interview with Ayo from Board to round us out for the day. And so, Ayo, welcome to the ALGS broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for giving us such a fantastic story today. It has been really wonderful to watch you and the squad find multiple wins. And I want to ask you about this because it is only recently that you and the rest of the team made it out of Challenger Circuit and into the Pro League. How did you find your team? What has teaming with MJ and Wizard Coin been like? And how are you doing this well in Pro League this late in the season?
Well, in the very beginning, MJ and Wizard have been playing for like the past few years, and in the last CC, they just decided to pick me up, and we just had a really good run. Ended 7th in POQ, and kind of scraped our way by, and weren't really doing so good. And had a big talk yesterday and the day before after yesterday's Pro League, and I don't know, we locked in today. I don't know how else to say it. We really, all of us showed up and did what we had to do.
You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but sorry, I am going to follow up here.
No worries. Yeah, I got you. It's been exciting.
It is. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but what was the talk about?
Well, I mean, obviously coming 19th wasn't great for any of us. So we just kind of talked about, you know, how we want to play and what we're really doing wrong as a squad. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary. And I don't know, we all just kind of got everything out that we needed to say to each other and showed up today and did the best we've done so far.
Team Mike and Ike strikes again. Honestly, the way that they've had that synergy bring you on, you've been able to slot in amazingly so far, but it has been really incredible to watch you guys find the success now at this point where it really does matter. I mean, how are you guys feeling in terms of pressure? There's literally 2 more days left for Pro League before the regional finals. Now that you guys have seen your potential, how are you feeling in your mental state as a team going into that final day?
I'm feeling really confident. I mean, we definitely pulled it together today, and we know what we can do. So we're definitely going to show up the next day and hopefully get into regionals, and so we don't have to go back to CCs.
And I kind of want to go back to a little bit earlier on today. Yeah, actually very much earlier on because of the delays we had. But in game number 3, when we were on Storm Point, I mean, a lot of people, of course, will meme on the fact that you guys had to end up drafting over on Cliffside because you were a final pick, essentially, right? First picking Skyhook West. How did you guys actually navigate that rotation? And what were you guys thinking when you basically ended up with Godspot at the end of the day?
I mean, we really just decided to just play edge, and it's impossible to get into a zone from that far across the map. So we really just kind of were on our toes and just made a few split-second decisions that kind of put us in some really good spots. So props to MJ, my IGL, obviously. I mean, I'm not really the one guiding us, but, you know.
I mean, very impressive. And it takes not only somebody to guide, but definitely folks to follow. And like you said, to stay on the same page. I do wonder, because you are a team, and granted you were pretty recently picked up, but who came through the Challenger Circuit, who's making your way into Pro League. There are a lot of players in Challenger Circuit that are trying to live the exact same dream that you're able to right now, which is to move from Challenger Circuit to a top 5 performance on a day of Pro League. How did you go about preparing, whether it be in Pro League or Challenger Circuit, and what sort of words of advice would you give to aspiring players?
I definitely got lucky getting picked up by such an experienced team, but I would say, like, I mean, doing all that you can to like improve yourself as a player, whether that's VOD reviewing or like improving your mechanics, you really just have to kind of put your head down and get yourself better by whatever means, if that's coaching or whatever you need to do. You just need to improve yourself until you can kind of fit in with the people that are better than you. So.
Well, that's good. I mean, we're certainly seeing a lot of, I'll put a word to it, passion that drives you to do that. We're seeing a lot of that pay off for you guys. So thank you so much for joining us, Ayo. And again, congratulations on a fantastic day. I'm very happy for you.
Thanks for having me, you guys. Thank you.
And with that, we've got our interview, we've got our 6 matches, we've got a lot of questions about North America and what on earth the standings could be from here on out. One thing is certain, Falcons don't seem to be going anywhere. They are staying on top, but that middle of the pack, even those teams that were counted out, Vicky, towards the bottom, seem to be coming back.
It's just the fact that NA has taken us for a ride based off of the results we saw yesterday and then going into today with a completely different turnover. Like LG finished yesterday with 47 total kills. I don't think they got any KP going into today. So it's just been really rough looking at, you know, the differences in how teams have had to approach these different match days, but also highlighting the different matchups that they're exposed to with these different groups. Falcons, the fact that they didn't have to win a single game and they're within the top 3, a point difference away from TSM, who won a game, who have been able to now secure that second place spot. There is so much to dissect here if you look back on this broadcast for North America, and I cannot wait to see how the remaining Pro League days play out.
Especially because we are one of the last pro leagues left. A couple people are going to be playing their regional finals, but for NA and EMEA, those are the regions that still have more time to play. Unfortunately, Jamerson, there will be plenty of coverage here to talk about how those regions continue to evolve, especially after the patch this Tuesday.
Yeah, there's going to be some time off. That's the nice thing about this patch coming in, right? Because I believe we are taking a pretty extended break until after the 4th of July festivities, luckily for us here in North America. So it's not going to impact them immediately. There is going to be some time to adjust. We'll have about 2 weeks of scrims for them to really figure out if the zone behavior has been affected, if the Havoc really got nerfed overall. Even I don't think the max size does much, but the team compositions overall, how hard was Bloodhound hit on this patch? That's going to be an important thing to note and to keep a lookout for in the next 2 weeks of scrims.
It really is. I am very excited to watch scrims and to catch the next couple of days of the ALGS. Vicky, Jamerson, you have been fantastic over the course of the day, and now I'm going to let you go so that it's just me and the folks at home. So thank you both very much. All right, folks, you're going to hear it here, and you heard it from Jamerson even. We are taking a break until after the July 4th festivities in North America. July 6th is when our matches will return with EMEA Match Day 8, the 9th coming up right after it. You can tune into that in your local time zone, and maybe, just maybe, like today, we'll walk up and go abahakadabra and change all of the standings up once again. It has been very exciting to watch the games this weekend, and I cannot wait to see what our pro players will do after the patch. It's been a wunderbar day of action. You can check all of us out at @PlayApex and @PlayApex Esports on YouTube, on Twitch, on Twitter. I saw streaming on TikTok earlier today. So get your fill of Apex action, whether it be the ALGS or a few of the community tournaments that we've got going on these channels. Thank you everyone for joining us, and we'll see you next time on the Apex Legends Global Series.
Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion, and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team, cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at the champ. Hey, you looking at the champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that's the cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling. In games when I please, good night, RIP. Ain't no OT, you are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna be.
You looking at a champ, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ, hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship, hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ, hey, all I do is win.
I like the thought process with the Arcstar, but man, those cat spikes were just terrible to deal with. Now EEC on their last legs, McLovin getting that last kill onto Spacestation, sending them back to the lobby. KCP eliminated. And now McLovin is McGone. There's a team on the bottom end of the table.